Senate will come to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Senators Baisley, Bridges, Buckner, Coleman, Cutter, Danielson, Exum, Fields, Gardner, Janal, Senator Janal. Thank you. Gonzalez. Senator Gonzalez.
Excused.
Hanson. Henriksen. Hawkes Lewis. Kirkmeyer. Senator Kirkmeyer. Kolker. Senator Kolker.
Excused.
Liston. Lundin. Senator Lundin.
Absent.
Marchman. Michelson Janae. Malika. Pelton B. Pelton R. Priola. Rich. Roberts. Rodriguez. Simpson. Smallwood. Sullivan. Van Winkle. Will. Winter. Zenzinger. Sorry? Kolker. And Lundin. Mr. President.
Here.
Senator Lundin.
Morning roll call is 34 present, 0 absent, 1 excused. We do have a quorum. Senator Simpson, would you please lead us in the pledge?
Good morning, everyone. Members and the full gallery, please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance this morning. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Approval of the journal. Senator Zenzinger.
I move that the Senate Journal of May 6th, 2024 be approved as corrected by the Secretary.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no? The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Senate Services.
May 7, 2024, correctly printed Senate Bill 233, correctly engrossed Senate Bills 109 and 233, correctly re-engrossed Senate Bills 228, 231, 232, correctly revised House Bills 1004, 1024, 1030, 1036, 1052, 1054, 1095, 1108, 1132, 1134, 1153, 1157, 1164, 1268, 1295, 1302, 1307, 1311, 1312, 1314, 1315, 1316, 1353, 1434, 1456, 1458, 1459, 1462, 1463, 1469, 1472, and 1471, correctly re-revised House Bills 1001, 1031, 1038, 1045, 1046, 1051, 1055, 1116, 1133, 1152, 1217, 1237, 1240, 1282, 1335, 1365, 1376, 1378, 1379, 1382, 1384, 1431, 1432, 1439, 1444, and 1464. Correctly enrolled Senate Bills 8, 40, 42, 53, 64, 70, 75, 104, 116, 117, 123, 129, 143, 149, 151, 162, 175, 183, 184, 187, 190, 191, 193, 198, 201, 202, 203, 204, 210, 217, 220, 222, and 230. Senate Concurrent Resolution 2.
Committee reports.
May 7, 2024, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends following: House Bill 1137 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, with a recommendation to be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1223 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1340 be amended as follows, and is so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1457 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, and with a recommendation to be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1470 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1006 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1142 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, and with a recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 3069 be amended as follows, and is so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, and with a recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar.
Will the clerk please add Senator Colker to the roll? For some reason, you're already on the roll, Senator Gonzalez. Somebody said here in your absence, I guess. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate proceed out of order for a moment of personal privilege.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate will proceed out of order. Senator Fields.
Good morning, Mr. President and colleagues. This is Nursing Week. Today, across the nation and in the state of Colorado, we are celebrating nurses. And we have some guests with us today. And I just want to extend a heartfelt thanks to all the nurses in the state of Colorado and beyond for always stepping up to the plate every day, doing hard times, doing hard work, and the work that needs to be done. To be a nurse takes compassion. My daughter is a nurse. The first thing I asked her is why? Because it's a lot of hard work. And she's told me, Mom, I was called to do this work, to serve the sick, to help those towards recovery. To be a nurse, it takes a lot of great skills, it takes finesse, and really, they make a significant difference in the fact of those who are trying to recover from illness. So members, please join me in acknowledging the nurses that are here today on the Senate floor. Let's give them a warm reception today. Please stand. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate proceed out of order for the third reading of bills, final passage, consent calendar.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will proceed out of order. Third reading of bills. Consent calendar. Will the clerk please read the title of all of the bills on the third reading of bills consent calendar?
House Bill 1132 by Representatives Rudnell and Bradfield and Senator Buckner concerning comprehensive support for organ donation by living organ donors. House Bill 1463 by Representatives Degree, Kennedy, and Hartsick and Senators Hansen and Kirkmeyer concerning restrictions on the authority of a special district to set fees on developments. House Bill 1472 by Representatives Brown and Pugliese and Senators Mullica and Gardner concerning matters related to certain tort actions and in connection therewith increasing the cap on non-economic damages, allowing siblings to bring a wrongful death action in certain circumstances, increasing a wrongful death damages cap, increasing the medical malpractice wrongful death damages cap, and increasing the medical malpractice non-economic damages cap. House Bill 1471 by Representatives Young and Bradfield and Senator Michelson Janay concerning the conditions when electroconvulsive treatment may be performed on a minor. Senate Bill 109 by Senators Hinrichsen and Pelton B. and Representatives Hartsick and Ortiz concerning the continuation of the Colorado Veterans Service to Career Program.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the passage of all the bills on third reading of bills final passage consent calendar, which includes House Bill 1132, House Bill 1463, House Bill 1472, House Bill 1471, and Senate Bill 109.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of all of the bills on the third reading of bills consent calendar. Are there any no votes? Senator Beasley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to be counted as a no vote on House Bill 1132, please.
Senator Beasley will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1132. Senator Hendrickson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request to please be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1463.
Senator Hendrickson will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1463. With a vote of 34 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1132 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Roberts, Zenzinger, Marchman, Winter, Fields, Priola, Michelson Janay, Cutter, Jaquez Lewis, Sullivan, Bridges, Janal, Exum, Mullica, please add the president. With a vote of 34 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1463 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Michelson Janay, Cutter, Priola, with a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1472 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Priola, Kolker, Kirkmeyer, Exum, please add the minority leader as a co-sponsor on 1472. With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1471 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Cutter, Priola, Buckner. With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 109 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Priola, Buckner, Michelson Janay, Cutter, Jaquez Lewis, Bridges, Janal, Sullivan, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Exum, Marchman, Mullica, Liston, Roberts, Pelton R., Baisley, Will, Van Winkle, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate proceed out of order to take up third reading of bills.
You have
Final
heard the
passage.
motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will proceed out of order. Third reading of bills. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 233.
Motion is for the Senate to proceed out of order. To take up Senate Bill 233. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will proceed out of order. Will the clerk please read the title?
I think I got my coffee.
To Senate Bill 233.
Front of the line.
There we go. I'm going to make a few.
Senate Bill 233 by Senators Hansen and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Degree, Kennedy, and Frizell concerning property tax and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 24-233 and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion?
Go ahead.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And members, I appreciate your attention to this yesterday as we moved through committee structure and second reading. 233 is a critical bill for the state of Colorado. It's also, I think, a breakthrough for the state of Colorado. We have crafted something that has earned bipartisan support in an area that has been a multi-year effort to find a long-term solution to the Gallagher repeal. There was a bipartisan consensus around repeal of Gallagher because it was having negative impacts on many areas of the state and many of our local and state services. But we always knew we needed to move forward with a long-term replacement. We now have before you that long-term replacement. And importantly, Senate Bill 233 does something that I think we have almost 100% agreement on, which is we should never have a negative factor or a budget stabilization factor again in the state of Colorado. This year, we finally got it to zero. We cannot have a property tax system that recreates the negative factor. That is one of the key features of Senate Bill 233. The other thing I want to highlight is the significant amount of immediate relief, of guaranteed relief that this provides for Colorado taxpayers. And it does it in a way that makes sure we get extra help, specific help to low and middle income families. The 10% off of the first $700,000 of home value is similar to what we do for the senior homestead exemption. We use that same approach here to make sure that folks that have houses that are below the median in the metro area, below the median in different parts of the state, get extra help with this package. And that's a significant part of this overall deal. We also have guaranteed relief for small business. By bringing down commercial rates over the next couple of years, we will not only help those businesses, but make Colorado more competitive. Right now, our commercial rates are a bit above average. When you think about the 51 jurisdictions in the United States, we're a little above average. With Senate Bill 233, we're going to be moving ourselves to below average. We'll be more competitive. Our small businesses will be able to prosper because of this important bill. As I wrap up, I also want to give huge thanks to the giant team effort that this bill represents. It is folks starting in very different places, but figuring out how to get to a final deal. And that is the Colorado way. Both sides giving up some things that were important to them to get to a package that can balance and that protects the most important pieces here, like school funding. So I'm proud to be a part of this work. I thank everyone who was involved. I thank the members of the Property Tax Commission that met since December. to look at the very best ideas and bring those forward as we negotiated this bill. So a huge thank you to everyone involved in this effort. And with that, I'll turn it over to my co-prime sponsor.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to start off by thanking everyone as well. This was definitely a team effort, both sides of the aisle, people in the governor's office, the tax commission. I mean, this started, some people want to characterize this as starting just in the last few days, maybe the last couple of weeks. If you think about it, we really started this back in the special session when the tax commission was created and we made a promise. We, meaning the General Assembly, made a promise that we would find a permanent place, a permanent way to provide property tax relief. We made that promise through a tax commission. Well, here we are. Today we have a choice, and it's an extremely important choice. It's, I don't know how much you want to roll the dice or how much you want to flip a coin, but here's what your choice is. If we pass Senate Bill 233, we provide certainty to the property owners, to our taxpayers, to our residents of Colorado, and we keep our promise that we find a permanent fix, that it's permanent, and we provide property tax relief. If we pass 233, what it means is it doesn't cripple our state budget. We don't have to worry about going and trying to find cuts. We don't go back to a budget stabilization factor. We'll figure it out. We've made that promise. It provides $3.7 billion approximately over the next 3 years. That's if we pass 233. If we don't pass 233 today, property taxes certainly will go up. The provisions that we put in place during the special session end. They end. They were temporary. If we don't have a replacement for that, they end. On January 1, 2025, assessment rates go up. They go back to what they were. They go up. 233 has assessment rates for residential down to 6.5. And yes, we decoupled school districts so that we wouldn't cripple the budget. And they're at 7.1. But if you combine those, it brings us down. It brings us down. And the result is, and non-residential goes down to 25% from 29 if we do nothing. Goes down to 25% in a 2-year period. 233 provides $3.7 billion worth of tax relief over 3 years and allows this state to figure out how to make that work within our budget. If you don't pass it, property taxes go up and the budget will be fine. In fact, it'll be more than fine, but it'll be fine. If 233 passes, and then let's say those ballot initiatives pass, what happens when those ballot initiatives pass? We have to find $3 billion worth of cuts in the first year. We will cripple the state budget. In all likelihood, we will have to cut a lot. We'll have to cut everywhere because we're not cutting $3 billion off of a $40 billion budget. We're cutting $3 billion off of about a $16.2 billion budget because that's what we have in our general fund. All that other money, federal funds and cash funds. It's the general fund budget of $16 billion approximately. There are 4 departments that we essentially can't cut that make up half of that $16 billion. There are 14 departments, Department of Agriculture, Department of Local Affairs, Department of Early Childhood, I could go on, that make up only $2 billion of that. That other $6 billion approximately, and I'm rounding off here, folks, so don't quote my numbers exactly, but I'm rounding off to give you an idea. That other $6 billion, education and higher education. So even if we cut those other 14 departments by half, we'll still have to figure out where $2 billion more come from. Education or higher education. That's what happens if 108 passes. $3 billion in the first year cripples the state budget. And if 233 doesn't pass today, and 108 doesn't pass, because there's no guarantees. It's a roll of the dice. There's no guarantees. If both of them don't pass, no property tax relief at all. We did not keep our promise. That's the reality. That's your choice. I don't know about you, but I do not want to just roll the dice. I'm not in this for a coin flip. I want to keep the promise that I made back in the special session, or that this General Assembly made back in the special session. It was that we would find a permanent fix and that we would reduce property taxes in a meaningful way. That is what 233 provides, that certainty to the people that we made a promise to. That is why I'm asking for an aye vote today on 233.
Senator Beasley.
Thank you, Mr. President. There are certainly some things to like about Senate Bill 233. There's the smoothing. There's I'm trying to think what else is in there that I like. But the point being, the point of it is that it is a list of Band-Aids and a splint or two and some antibiotics, but it does not cure the disease itself. So let's remember how we got here in the first place. Gallagher was repealed by the people for a reason, but repealed in 2020, 4 years ago, and that set up the problem that was not addressed right away, which this body, this building promised we would fix the other issue, the other shoe that would drop, and it dropped really quickly, and that was that property valuations shot up. So that's why we're here in the first place. Property valuations went way high. What does property valuation have to do with the amount of money that is needed for all of the special districts, all the districts that we live in? I just remember the other thing I like about it. I love it, like in 233, the decoupling from education. So there are things in there to like, but the problem is that we did not cure the disease. What we really ought to be doing is decoupling the amount of money that is taxed and that is collected from taxes and that is set as an effective budget for all the districts based on the value of our properties. So think about it this way. If your property value goes up 40%, does that mean that the library district needed 40% more revenue? Or if your property valuations drop by 20%, does that mean your fire district needs 20% less revenue? No, they're not related. We should baseline everyone's budget, and we should divide up the responsibility by valuing the property so that we share that load appropriately. But we're not fixing this permanently, and that's my biggest concern with 233. I don't think that it is a permanent fix. It's going to do well for about 3-4 years, and then we're going to be making all kinds of adjustments again in this body. So I'm disappointed that the task force did not take on the big challenge of having a permanent fix and had created a bunch of symptomatic fixes but did not cure the disease itself. So, vote your conscience on this one. Thank you.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. By permanent fix, what we're talking about is with regard to that once we lower the assessment rates, that we're not able to increase them. For the last couple of years, we've been doing a temporary, we've been floating, essentially, the assessment rate, and we floated it down. And that's what I mean by, in 2025, January of 2025, it goes back up because that temporary fix goes away. We will float the assessment rate back up in adherence. We're still complying with the Constitution. So when we made the assessment rate temporary, it gave us the opportunity to float it up. Just like local governments can do a temporary mill levy reduction. And when things get tough, they can float it back up. That's why that's temporary. That's why it's not real. But in this case, in 233, the assessment rates are not temporary. We're not temporarily lowering the assessment rates. We will be permanently doing that because the Constitution, and it says right, and we put it in the bill in the legislative declaration on page 16, line 16, the Constitution says that if you are going to increase, you have to go to a vote of the people, right? We all know what Tabor says. If you're going to increase. So if you permanently decrease, before this state General Assembly could not just come back in and increase up. That 25% assessment ratio on non-residential, we are going to decrease it down to 25. For that to go up, got to go to a vote of the people. We would have to go to a vote of the people. That's what we mean in here. That's what's different from this proposal versus what we did in the special session and what we did in 22-238.
Senator Pelt.
Thank you, Mr. President. As somebody who has allocated property taxes, certified mill levies, and then created a budget, 233 is exactly what they need for consistency at the local level. They have to have consistency when they create their budget. That's what made Gallagher so important to counties across the state and local governments. That's why we need this replacement. Do I agree? I mean, this is not going to blow up the state budget. That's what I love about this bill. I am one of those few county commissioners, like the good senator from Weld County, that lowered their mill levy or gave temporary tax credit. I only got it 2 years. I voted for 5 out of 6 years to make a temporary tax credit because we could afford it. But I could not get 2 other commissioners to agree with me, but they agreed with me 2 out of those 6 years. So we did it. And I would have done it every year. But we must have consistency. These commissioners, these local governments must have consistencies. So I love this bill. I think to sit down with several of the sponsors and several of the people that negotiated this bill, trust me, there was times that the good senator from Denver and I did not agree, but I appreciate him, appreciate those disagreements. But this is a good compromise. This will give consistencies to those local governments so they can create those budgets. They must have consistency. I ask for an aye vote on 233.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I just wanted to come down and just say a few short words and really give this situation that we've been in on the property tax situation has been extremely complex. And I just wanted to come down and thank the sponsors for all your hard work. Quite frankly, if it was so easy, there would have been any number of us that would have gladly taken your place. But you all and the Property Tax Commission, all of the members on it, have done a lot of heavy lifting over the last many months. And I just wanted to publicly acknowledge the hard work that you all did. Obviously, nobody got all that they wanted, and everybody had to give up something. And that's probably the trademark of a good piece of legislation, that everybody gave something up and everybody got something. And I just wanted to let you all know that, that I think that once the citizens of Colorado come to realize what is in this for them, that they'll be very pleased, and there'll be some people who will be disappointed. But on the whole, without going back into the details, which quite frankly none of us can recite the way that you all can, but from what I've heard and read numerous times, I feel comfortable in being a yes vote for Senate Bill 233. And I think I'm supposed to be a co-sponsor, but I'll gladly co-sponsor it. And I'm willing to take the slings and the arrows. If people don't like it, I'm willing to defend my position. And once again, thank you for all your hard work. I know the taxpayers and the citizens and the property owners of Colorado will ultimately come to appreciate this. Thank you.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise in support of 233 and offer a slightly different perspective. At the end of the rainbow lies a pot of gold. We all know that's not true. The end of the rainbow is a chimera. It's something you never get to. But the policy horizon, the horizon of perfect policy, is always before us. And we can always press forward toward that better and better and better policy. This particular policy conversation, I believe, began in earnest with the repeal of Gallagher, something that I personally opposed. But we have moved forward significantly towards that horizon of perfect policy with 233. I, as a practical person with the experience in business, have learned to close the gate on a success when you have it. And I believe this bill, 233, excuse me, is such a success. And I will commit to pressing forward further towards more perfect policy. As you know, I am a smaller government individual. The argument can be made that taxes are the price of society. I would argue that taxes are also in some ways a friction for society. And so pressing forward to find that more perfect balance is important. I rise in support of 233. I'm grateful for the people who have worked so diligently on this over several years, I would say. This has not just been a several days or several weeks conversation. This has been several years. Excuse me. So I'm grateful to all the people in this chamber, the staff supporting them with countless runs, financial runs of understanding what the modeling would mean to the various levels of government and what the modeling would mean in terms of tax relief for the people, which 233 does deliver in a meaningful way. So yes today, and press forward towards the prize of better policy always in the future. Thank you, Mr. President.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion for the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 233. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley. With a vote of 33 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 233 is passed. Co-sponsors, Mr. Majority Leader, Senators Kolker, Bridges, Liston, Gardner, Rich, Priola, Fields, Minority Leader Lundin, Simpson, Janal, Zenzinger, Sullivan, Jaquez Lewis, Michelson Janae, Cutter, Buckner, Coleman, Exum, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 1313, House Bill 1313.
The motion is for the Senate to proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1313. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
You got it.
And the Senate will proceed out of order. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1313?
House Bill 1313 by Representatives Woodrow and Joda and Senators Hansen and Winter concerning measures to increase the affordability of housing in transit-oriented communities and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for third reading and final passage, House Bill 1313.
Is there any discussion? Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd first like to say thank you to the sponsors for taking out the HUTF money in the bill. I appreciate that a lot. Being from local governments and seeing what HUTF money does, it fixes potholes and and it also fixes roads and that sort of thing. And that is definitely not a place to use to penalize somebody for not doing something. I do appreciate the other parts in the bill that they amended with the parts in DOLA that I had issues with. I'm still frustrated with the land use stuff getting taken out or its preemption. However, I understand what the sponsors are trying to do in this bill. I think that we can do that by incentivizing local governments to proceed to do that and moving forward. So anyway, I do appreciate all the work that the sponsors did on this bill and thanks for taking out HUTF. I think that's a huge thing. So I'm still going to be a no vote, but I appreciate your work on it. And I just ask for a no vote on House Bill 1313.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I too want to thank the sponsors for improving upon the policy. However, the critical component for me that still remains and is what is driving me to be a no vote today is that we are still preempting local government and their authorities. I just want to read a very short quote here from a press release that came out from the National Governors Association. This press release, the headline of which is Governors to hold virtual press conference on DOD proposals denying governor authority over National Guard. What this is about is our dear governor is, I believe, the current chair right now of the National Governors Association. And so he's the vice chair. And Utah's governor is the chair. And right now, they are having a press release to discuss with the press the preemption of state authority. Says here, quote, this is from our governor, legislation that sidesteps, eliminates, or otherwise reduces the governor's authority within their states and territories undermines long-standing partnerships, precedents, military readiness, and operational efficacy. This action also negatively affects the important relationships between government and DOD at a time when we need to have full trust and confidence between the two to meet the growing threats posed by the era of strategic competition as well as natural disasters. What is happening here is the National Governors Association is pushing back. They are frustrated with the DOD, who is contemplating a proposal to preempt state government. And our dear governor is saying, no, don't do that. We are the ones that are in charge of this, and we need the ability, the power to be able to do our jobs effectively. Do not take our local control away. Ditto.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to the good senator from Arvada for reminding us that it's important for us to be ideologically consistent across bills, across sessions. My frustration with the way that the policy conversations around House Bill 1313 have unfolded have been many and varied as this bill has moved through our chamber. I've told y'all, I live in an affordable housing unit. Access to affordable housing changed my life. It allowed me to continue living in the community that I love, that I'm now so humbled to represent. That is not true for far too many of my friends who now live in Aurora or Longmont or Westminster or whatever's on the other side of Longmont, because you have to drive until you can afford it. Oh yeah, the good senator from Weld County's, whatever that part of the state is, I don't know. My world ends at the county line, y'all. But what I will say is that at one point in time in the city and county of Denver, I was a unicorn. I was one of like 160 some odd people who lived in an affordable housing unit across the entire city. And those were decisions and policies that were implemented by local governments. So this idea that like we should only have local control in order to solve the housing crisis doesn't necessarily resonate with my lived experience. Because I've seen neighborhoods get gentrified out under the guise and decisions, whether that is action or inaction of local control. Is there a role for the state to play? I've been absolutely open to that conversation. Why? Because I've been screaming it from the rooftops that we are in a housing crisis. What is fascinating about the way that this policy has unfolded, similar to the debate around 213 last year. If you don't like that, that's okay, we'll change it. Different from last year, though, where it was one large policy that ultimately folded under the weight of itself. This year, because there's multiple titles, multiple bills, you don't like that? Cool, we'll pull it out of this bill and stick it in another bill. There is a policy that we will consider later today that we heard on second readings around affordable housing tax credits. Good bill, absolutely important. But because there were concerns on that bill, because there were concerns around the tax credits that associated with transit-oriented communities in 1313, decision was made to just stick it in another bill. Senate Bill 230, House Bill 1447. The list goes on. Senate Bill 32. Don't like it in this bill? Cool. We'll just stick it in somewhere else. Don't worry, it's all good. I have tried. And I think that it is important for us to not go off of vibes and feelings, but to go off of the black letters on the white paper, because at the end of the day, that is all that we will have to go by. You know, I learned a hard lesson my first couple of years here. Because I disagreed with the policy, but I didn't want to hurt anybody's feelings. And so I'd vote yes, even though my conscience told me better, told me otherwise. I'd say, it's okay. It's going to pass anyway. Years later, I look back at that bill and I say, why are we in this mess that we're in now? I go back, I look at the bill. Y'all see me throughout this session going back to statute books. What was I thinking? I voted yes on a bill I disagree with. Shame on me. There are some good aspects of policy. There are some good amendments that I fought hard for within this bill. And yet, the ways in which the debate has unfolded in regards to this bill, where if you've got a problem with it in this bill, that's okay, we'll take it out, stick it in another bill, I'm not okay with. So for me, all I have to do is be okay with my vote, because I am ultimately responsible to my constituents. And what I have learned is that, by and large, the policy provisions that are being contemplated and promulgated under House Bill 1313, my local jurisdiction is already doing. Denver's leading the way. I am so proud of my colleagues for the way that they are showing up, responding to the housing crisis, having tough conversations, and addressing the housing crisis for renters, for people on the verge of homelessness, and for folks who should be able to buy a home who are currently priced out. So, as far as I'm concerned, I'm good. I'm proud of Denver. I invite more communities. If you're saying, nope, I can't get on board with 1313 because I have concerns about preemption, I invite you to have that conversation with your local government, because another way forward is possible. Just sometimes we have to do hard things. I could go forward in good conscience and sleep at night, even if this bill fails. Because at the end of the day, I think there are a number of different policies that we ought to be able to achieve just by arguing in this one policy itself. Not by having to play whack-a-mole via amendments. And this time around, not only whack-a-mole via amendments on one policy, but on a whole constellation of policies. vote your conscience on this bill, but I'm a no. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to House Bill 24-1313. Members, I didn't have a whole lot of time really to work on discussions on seconds on this bill because I was doing a lot of other very important things as well. But it's the fiscal note. And I don't know if I was in appropriations for this one or not, to tell you the truth. I don't think I was. But it's the fiscal note that bothers me. And I just want to point out to you what's in this fiscal note on this bill. Funding. The bill creates the Transit-Oriented Communities Infrastructure Fund in the state treasury in fiscal year 24-25. The treasurer must transfer $35 million from the general fund to this fund. So when you see things in the bills and you hear about it, oh, it's coming out of a cash fund or it's coming out of, a grant program someplace. In this case, the cash fund, the grant program, because we're creating a new fund, Transit-Oriented Communities Infrastructure Fund, it's all general fund money. It is all general fund money. And the money in here, the bill creates a Transit-Oriented Communities Infrastructure Grant Program in the Department of Local Affairs so that they can assist local governments with planning, community engagement, and infrastructure projects for the benefit of regulated affordable housing, transit centers, and neighborhood centers. So we're going to take $35 million out of our general fund, put it into a cash fund that creates a grant program to give to local governments to do something that we're telling them we're going to preempt you from doing that you already do. Local governments do planning. Local governments do community engagement. Local governments put together infrastructure projects now. Local governments are just as concerned, if not more so, about affordable housing, about where the transit centers are, and what their neighborhood centers look like. Now, do they always get it right for everybody? Probably not. But they have the ability to change that. They have the ability to go through a public process, work with the people who live in their community, and make that decision. Make that decision about what's best in their community, about what works for them to provide affordable housing, to be able to afford and pay for a transit center or a neighborhood center. Local governments are in planning in every single aspect here. They put together plans for their water. They put together plans for their sewer. They put together transportation plans. They have storm drainage plans. They have mapping for their transportation systems, mapping where their water systems are, mapping on how they do their storm drainage. They have plans and things in place about how they do lighting, everything, parking, their interior roads, the roads that are in coordination with other local governments, whether that's another neighboring municipality or a county. They put together subdivision regulations, zoning ordinances. They have comprehensive planning documents, master planning documents. They'll have housing needs assessments and housing needs plans. All of that. They do all of that planning. Yet we're going to preempt them because apparently the Department of Local Affairs gets to have approval authority over their multi-criteria for a transit-oriented community to designate areas as transit centers and neighborhood centers, and that's all subject to approval by a State Department in Denver. And yes, they have some regional folks. And it used to be that they're regional folks that were technical assistants. They might have been county managers, county finance directors. Because DOLA is not a regulatory agency. It is a resource agency. But now we're saying that they get to have approval over what the local government does. I mean, you just heard from the good senator from Arvada who talked about the state doesn't want the feds telling them what to do. We just heard that. You know, what's good for local governments apparently isn't good for state government, because this is about us not just telling them what to do, they've got to get approval from a state agency. Or they can't get a grant that is funded with general fund monies that come into the state from around the state. $35 million general fund money going to Transit-Oriented Communities Infrastructure Fund. I know that there were several of you that were pretty upset over that the governor had $65 million in his legislative placeholders, and the General Assembly had $22 million. There were other gives and takes in that budget so that this could get funded above what the General Assembly thought was best. $35 million. This morning, we were quibbling over 1.5. But 35 million, no problem. This morning, we were quibbling over a couple $100,000. We've had bills that we were told had to have no appropriation in the out year. $35 million from the general fund to a cash fund. That really is a general fund, but this is the way how we get around all of that. And the money goes to the Department of Local Affairs to provide technical assistance and oversee implementation of the transit-oriented community goals, and to manage yet another new grant program in the Department of Local Affairs. And for that, we need 4.8 FTE in 2024, and it goes to 5.7 in 2025, 26. Another FTE in the Department of Transportation because, you know, they have to review things and they need another FTE. Another 0.8 FTE in the Colorado Energy Office, because apparently they have to review things as well. Let's see. The department requires 1 FTE and analyst to assist DOLA with consulting services, planning, oversight, and participate in outreach and training. Colorado Energy Office will require the equivalent of 0.8 FTE as an analyst, including assistance with document review, technical assistance, and grant application and review. Don't we already pay them to do all this? Haven't we already appropriated funds for them to do this exact thing? I know we have for the Department of Local Affairs. I know we have for the Department of Transportation, and I'm pretty darn sure we have for the Colorado Energy Office. I mean, have you seen a bill go through here that doesn't require at least 2 or 3 FTE to do something that they're already supposed to be doing, but we're going to give them more FTE and more funding to do the same thing that they were already supposed to be doing in the first place and didn't get done? So DOLA gets to another 5.7 FTE next in 25-26, and you know it'll just keep growing. You know, they don't ever claw back those personal services line items. They don't ever try to claw those back. Well, if 108 passes, we'll be clawing them back. But I'm just saying, DOLA requires additional FTE. I don't know where they're putting all these people, but additional FTE. So I want you to just start thinking from your perspective. Is this $35 million to provide more FTE in the Department of Local Affairs, Department of Transportation, and the Colorado Energy Office, and to provide grants to local governments for things that they already do? We're just going to tell them how they have to do it. Is that more important than funding one of your bills that isn't going to get funded? Is that more important than we had to cut your bill because we didn't have enough funds? Is that more important than a water project someplace? Is that more important than our dredge and fill? program?
Senator Kirkmeyer, would you like to go into your next 10 minutes?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr.
Please
President.
proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is that more important? Is it more important that we give grants to local governments to do things they're already doing just so we can tell them how to do it and require approval from the Department of Local Affairs? And on top of that all, we're going to preempt local governments, which is probably unconstitutional. Pretty sure it is. But is it more important than some of those bills you brought forward? Is it more important than that system of care bill where we're trying to develop a roadmap on how we assist the children of the state of Colorado with their behavioral health issues so we don't push or shove them into a child welfare system? Is it more important than funding behavioral health needs in the state for kids with autism? Is it more important than that dental health screening bill that was out there? Is it more important than funding rural hospitals or other hospitals? Should we not have funded the Denver Health? We funded them $5 million. You all asked in your budget amendment for more than like $10 million more. Is this more important than funding our healthcare infrastructure? Because these are the decisions you're making with these votes. Is it more important to you to put $35 million of general fund into a cash fund so the department can give out a grant to local governments to do something they're already doing just so we can tell them how they have to do it? It is not in my book. It is not more important than funding Medicaid providers. Do you know we had to cut funding to Medicaid providers? The governor came in at 1% increase. 1% increase for Medicaid providers in a year when we had 5% increase in inflation. In a year when we gave 6.7% increase to our own state employees. We told Medicaid providers you get a 1% increase. The Joint Budget Committee raised it to 2.5. You want to know what happened in the last couple of days of trying to balance this budget? We decreased it. We decreased it by like $10 million? $9 million? Oh, $18 million? We decreased it by $18 million to balance our budget. But yet, we put forward a bill that says $35 million to give it to local governments and grants and fund all these other additional FTE and these other state agencies to tell local governments, you can get a grant to do something you're already supposed to be doing as long as we get to approve it and tell you how to do it. We didn't fund Medicaid providers. We cut $18 million from Medicaid providers. I want you to think of the wide range of things that funds across our state. 1 in 4 people in Colorado is on Medicaid. Do I like that? No. Do we have a responsibility to fund that and provide services? Yes. I had to fight tooth and nail to get an additional $5 million that was matched by $5 million for Medicaid providers that provided services to kids on autism. We had to fight tooth and nail. And we had already, these were underutilized funds. We had already funded that general fund last year. We had to fight and we quibbled over, do we fund more money for kids with disabilities? $35 million would have gone a heck of a long way, especially when you start thinking how much is matched by the federal government in that. We quibbled over how do we fund certified, non-certified kinship care, foster care kids that are wards of the state, that their kin, their grandparent, their aunt, their uncle, friend of the family took in. We quibbled over that. That was $5 million. Yet here we are, $35 million. And we just want to put it in perspective for you. $35 million of general fund goes to local governments and a whole slew 8 new FTE to tell local governments how to do something they're already doing, and then we approve of it. Healthcare. We only funded $5 million towards Denver Health. We only funded $2.6 million to rural hospitals. Our healthcare infrastructure is struggling. It's important that we have that. I had rural healthcare centers say, oh my God, thank you for the $2.6 million for the rural hospitals, but we need $11 million. We couldn't fund it because we're funding this. Does anybody see how that's just wrong? How about higher education? Our rural universities are having huge issues. I had to fight like heck and go to 2 in the morning to get an additional $2.5 million for only three of our rural universities that are struggling. I got criticized, and I would say rightly so, that we didn't fund control maintenance too. And that was a governor's request. And apparently, it's so we could put $35 million into local governments to do something they're already doing. We just want to tell them how to do it and then approve it. Does that just seem kind of out of whack? $35 million for this? We didn't fund control maintenance too. We didn't fund our rural healthcare system the way we needed to. We're not funding our rural universities. We had to fight tooth and nail to even fund our universities, our higher education institutions. We have to fight tooth and nail to fund things like kids who are in disabilities, like non-certified kinship care. Those aren't even anywhere close to this $35 million. We could have funded several of those things had we not funded this, had this not been a priority of the governor's office. I don't like the policy in this bill. I don't like the preemption. I believe it's unconstitutional. It will probably go away. But what I really don't like is that we are saying this is a priority over all those other things. Think about your own bills that you must have believed was a priority, that you brought forward, that we couldn't fund, or we told you how to take a haircut. We've got to shave off of it. You can't have an outgoing year appropriation because we've got to fund local governments to do what we tell them to do when they're already doing it. I ask for a no vote on House Bill 241313.
Senator Janal.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I rise in opposition to 1313. It's a deja vu again about land use. Brings me back to last year in 2013. But the majority, I represent Fort Collins, and Fort Collins is it's divided, but the majority of folks in Fort Collins are against this bill. The bill has extreme increases in zoning that mandate 15 to 40 housing units per acre, a 3 to 10 times the increase that's over the existing density right now along transit lines. And up to 70% of city land areas could potentially fall under this bill's extreme density mandates. As far as affordable housing with this bill, it does mandate huge increases in market rate, and that means that's not affordable, that's pretty expensive housing. And there's very little in here about affordable housing. 1313 is really developers' dream. It was written by, of, and for developers, not Colorado residents. In fact, House Bill 1313 raids, as was mentioned by the good senator from Weld County, $35 million, basically half the state's $71 million affordable housing fund, and it reallocates it to for-profit developers to build market-rate, dense housing near transit. There are studies that show that that would cause gentrification around increased density in transit areas. An example of this is a 300 square foot efficiency apartment, not an ultra-dense in an ultra-dense Boulder location near transit. Do you know how much that efficiency apartment rents for? A highly affordable $2,500 a month. It's not even one bedroom. Cities do not have the infrastructure that's needed to support this density increase this fast. Folks, this is too much, too soon. We can discuss density along transit routes. There may be locations and situations where it does make sense, but I know in Fort Collins, this one-size-fits-all approach, it's far too extreme and lacking in sensitivity to cities' unique situations like Fort Collins. I know everyone here, everyone in the city that I represent, we all want affordable housing. This bill does not do that. Taking non-compliant municipalities to court is completely unacceptable. Heavy-handed punishments is neither decent nor good governance. 1313 is following very questionable tactics. I think, as was mentioned, the bill, as far as funding goes, the bill didn't go to Senate Finance, where they knew it was going to die. And instead, it kind of went around that and eliminated that finance, and it made a bill that basically was an unfunded mandate. Finally, the bill drastically overshoots its own targets of 65,000 to 90,000 new housing units statewide. Colorado Sun stated, and there was an article in Colorado Sun that showed how Lafayette, the city of Lafayette, alone has to create 77,000 new housing units under House Bill 1313. That's the bill's entire stated goal from just one city. So multiply that by 30 other Colorado cities, and you've got a lot of expensive housing units going up. I rise in opposition to 1313 because the majority of my constituents do not want to see this happening as quickly as it's happening. The majority of my constituents do want affordable housing, but not this way, not by taking away local control and property rights. I hope this body will take all of these comments you've heard this morning and vote no on Senate Bill 1313.
Forward.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a great bill. I once thought like the folks who spoke against it. And then in 1998, I traveled to Asia with my family and went back in 2004 and 2008. This bill will help along transit corridors in our state replicate what the Asians and Europeans have been doing for a century. And people will benefit with affordable housing, cleaner air, and less dependence on automobiles. I ask for an aye vote.
Motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1313. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson, Liston, Gonzalez, Kolker, Janal, Zenzinger. And please mark Senator Gardner as excused. With a vote of 21 ayes, 14 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1313, sorry, with 1 excused. With a vote of 20 ayes, 14 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1313 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Priola, Hinrichsen, Cutter,
Special order. Bridges is chair.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
We're back in the order. Oh. Thank you, Mr. President. I move to lay over the balance of the second reading or third reading of bills to later in the day.
The motion is to lay over the balance of the third reading of bills calendar until later today. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and third reading of bills calendar will lay over until later today. Special order, second reading of bills. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the the Senate resolve itself the committee of the whole for consideration of special order, second reading of bills.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself in the committee of the whole for the consideration of the special order, second reading of bills, and Senator Bridges will take the chair.
The committee will come to order, and the coat rule is relaxed for everyone. Thank you. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1280?
House Bill 1280 by Representatives Velasco and Garcia and Senators Fields and Cutter concerning the creation of a grant program for community-based organizations to provide appropriate services for migrants who are within 1 year of arrival in the United States and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Fields.
Mr. Chair, we move House Bill 1280 on second reading and and we ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Sure, Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, we heard this bill in Senate Business, Labor, and Technology. And I believe this is the bill that I just haven't had a chance to grab my stuff, that we're giving $2.5 million to people who are migrants. I believe that's correct. And with that in mind, Mr. Chair, I would like to propose an amendment.
There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L? Three. Just three?
L3, amend reingress
Senator
bill.
Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move Amendment L003
To the
House
amendment.
Bill 1280. Members, what this does is this requires the community-based organizations to report some demographic information for the migrants served, including their country of origin. You know, we have, it was talked about in the committee hearing that people were coming up to Colorado and all over, you know, I would think that we would want to know, you know, at least what country people are coming from, whether they're coming from Central America, South America, the Far East. This amendment provides for a more robust, complete report. The General Assembly needs more information. If we're going to be giving money out, we should at least know, would want to know, what country these migrants are coming from. And with that, I would ask for an aye vote on Amendment L003.
Is there any other discussion? Yes, Senator Fields.
Mr. Chair and members, I urge a no vote on L003. The amendment says that we need to know information about the migrants that are coming here, and it doesn't matter. They're here. They're here right now. And this bill is all about providing them with services and opportunities to transition into the state of Colorado. It really doesn't matter what color they are, what language they speak, or where they come from. We're just saying that this amendment is wrong, and we're asking for a no vote.
Senator Liston.
Well, with all due respect to my good colleague from Aurora, I think it does matter. You know, we live in interesting times. We live in dangerous times, and I'm not saying that every person who comes into our country, but there's, by rough estimates, there's about 10 million people that have crossed our borders without paperwork here over the last 3 or 4 years. And it is known that there are people that are coming from countries that are probably hostile to our country, whether they're coming from China or they're coming from different places in the Middle East. Lord knows, I just was reading an article just a few minutes ago that an American soldier has been arrested and detained in Russia, and he was just coming home and he stopped in the country of Russia. They knew exactly who he was, and he's been arrested. Right now, as we stand here, there is an American journalist that has been held by Russia for the better part of a year. Evan, help me with his last name. He is, it's being noted virtually every day in the Wall Street Journal. He has paperwork, and he's a certified journalist, and he's been held and detained in Russia for all these years, for all these many months. Evan, I would know his name if I heard it, if somebody
Senator
would like
Liston,
to help me.
Since it's your amendment, I'm sure this is to the amendment somehow. Could you please help us understand how?
So, members, all this does, L003, is that requires these community-based organization, you know, if they're giving money out and they're giving aid and support, why can't they at least ask what country you're from, what, you know, what did you do? Do you have, you know, what was your employment? What was your, maybe your date of birth? You know, just some basic information. When we apply for information here in our country as citizens, we are asked that type of information all the time. And to me, it just is very reasonable and basic that we would want to know where people are coming from. I hate to break it to people, but with all of the millions of, I use the word migrants, people who are undocumented, with all the millions of people that are in this country right now, the laws of statistics will tell us that some of these people are not friendly to our country. And there are going to ultimately be, whether we like it or not, there's going to be some severe repercussions down the road. I would think that we would want to have an inkling of an idea as to where these people are coming from. And with that, members, I would ask for an aye vote on L003.
Further discussion on L003, Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To my good colleague from Colorado Springs, thank you for that. But this sounds like we're asking for more government, so I would respectfully ask for a no on this amendment.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of L003. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The noes have it. L003 is lost. Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, appreciate that discussion on House Bill 1280. With that, I have another amendment in mind.
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Hubler, will you please read L004?
L4 Amendment Gross Bill, page 4, line 27, after.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move Amendment L004 to House Bill 1280.
To the amendment.
Very good. Members, what this does is it requires the community-based organizations to conduct a background check on any migrant who is being provided legal assistance or referrals to immigration legal services. The safety of people in Colorado, as well as the safety of people all around the country, should be paramount, should be our number one priority. The state needs to be responsible for vetting these individuals. Once again, you know, if we're not going to at least find out what country they're from, we need to do some sort of background check. You know, if we're giving them money and legal assistance and aid and food and clothing and Lord knows whatever else, which, you know, some people are deserving of that, we do this type of thing for our own citizens. You know, when we're in the strata of welfare benefits, you know, you have to give your name and your address and all kinds of other information. So if we're doing that for our own citizens, why shouldn't we be doing some sort of a cursory background check on people that have come across our border from Lord knows wherever else? We couldn't go, anybody in this room, we couldn't go in and get assistance from a lot of organizations without some basic information that they require of us. And so that's what Amendment L004 is meant to do. And I would ask for an aye vote on L004.
Further discussion, Senator Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise in support of L004. It doesn't seem unreasonable to require a background check. These individuals came across our border illegally. They are not in the country legally, and asking for a background check is the least we could do, because we as the United States citizens have to have background checks on a lot of different areas in our lives. And asking that we do a background check on people who have come here illegally is not unreasonable. I ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of L004 to House Bill 1280. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. The noes have it. L004 is lost.
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I'm reminded back in high school learning about our immigration policy, and back before it turned into chaos, every nation across the country was designated a number of people that were allotted to come to our country and become part of America, and to assimilate themselves into the United States, into our culture, our unique culture. And so all of those numbers were intentionally made to be not an overwhelming amount of folk from each, and we appreciated everyone that came. They were enriching our culture, but not overwhelming our culture. And they're not overwhelming our pocketbooks either, because part of what was required for people to come was that they did not become a burden on Americans. If they did come without means to take care of themselves, and they were dependent on a family that was already here who signed up to take care of them, all of their needs, and for them to not become a burden financially on everybody else who's trying to struggle to get by. I've done a lot of international traveling and work myself, and I recall in the Republic of South Africa when I worked there, I was there for several months just because of a unique computer skill that I had that they needed, and then I kind of fell in love with the place and applied to work there permanently. And they said no, because I was going to displace employees, their own citizens, with my one position. It is common to be selective about who comes in, and there's an old adage that says that if you want less of something, you tax it. If you want more of something, you subsidize it. So the argument here is that people are coming anyway, and the reality is that when we have a subsidy like this one, then it invites many more. It says, come on in, because you know what? In Colorado, they're going to subsidize you with interpretation skills, legal assistance, food and clothing, and there's going to be grant money, and there's a welcoming organization that's going to do this, and they'll even help set you up with a job. Why wouldn't they want to come here to Colorado, adding to the burden that our citizens are already clamoring about and saying, stop overwhelming us with folks that we know that we are having to pay for. And now this codifies that cost in a grant program. Not only does the grant program exist and cost our folks, but even on page 7 describes that of the money transferred to the fund, the department shall not use more than 20% to compensate the administering entity. So allowing a 20% overhead for this administration. So I'd like to propose a modification
There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Hubler, I apologize, I've been struggling with your name lately. Mr. Hubler, would you please read Amendment L5?
L5, Amendment Gross Bill, page 7, line 27, strike 20 and substitute 5.
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L005 to House Bill 1280.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So all this does, you heard I did not interrupt the good Mr. Hubler, who was reading the amendment, because it's very short, and it just changes 20 to 5. So in the allotment, the allowing of overhead for administering this grant money, it moves it from not more than 20% to compensate the administration. In other words, not more than 20% of overhead for all the people's money that's being spent on folks, but 5%. If we're going to run this, let's run it tight. Let's not waste the people's money on 20% overhead. Let's make it something more reasonable and have the money go directly where it's aimed, and only 5%. I ask for an aye vote on L005.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, I'm urging a no vote on L005. Basically, it's trying to reduce the amount of administrative costs and to 5%, and it's like up to that amount. So it doesn't have to be 20%. If you look at the physical note, it tells you, and we had somebody in the committee testifying towards that, doesn't mean that that's going to be the actual highest bar. So this is a no vote. It's not necessary. And once again, I urge a no vote on L005. The bill language is clear, and it doesn't need any additional reduction in the process.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, members, I rise in support of Amendment L005. I do have the fiscal note here, and we did hear, and of the $2.5 million, a little over $2.5 million, the contractor administration fee is up to $500,000. Well, okay, maybe they won't spend $500,000, which is 20%, but they're still going to be spending 18, 19%, and that is a huge administrative fee. I think that the good senator from Brighton would concur with this, that of all of the departments that we have and the administration, if it took 20% or 19% or even 18%, these programs would be running out of control. And here we are establishing a new program, and right off the bat, we're willing to give them up to 20% of the money. Somebody, the people who are running it, or the administrators, or somebody is being overpaid. If other departments here in Colorado can run efficiently with a 5% overhead, I don't see why this program can't run at 5% as well. So with that, members, I ask for an aye vote on Amendment L005.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I request a no vote on this amendment. Why is there flexibility? Because, quite frankly, we are seeing waves of people arriving to Colorado. There are moments in which, similar to this past December in my community, where people were arriving in flip-flops and T-shirts with a thin cotton blanket wrapped around them via charter bus from Texas to right here at the state capitol. redirect those folks to Denver, to the local organizations who are doing that welcoming work. There are a lot of folks who are also arriving with status. They've been paroled in with Customs and Border Protection. But let's acknowledge the fact that folks are coming in intermittently. And that creates a lot of stress and tension on the organizations trying to provide these funds and this assistance. And so the bill recognizes that and allows for that flexibility of administrative cost. Why? Because it's important to stand things up and then also to be able to take them down as needed. I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing to the amendment? Yes. Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the amendment being brought, I believe, by the senator from Woodland Park. I do appreciate it very much because 20% in the bill, frankly, especially when we're talking about, well, a department that it's already within the Department of Labor and Employment, so it's not like we're setting something up just out of the complete blue. But 20% is awfully high for administrative expenses. When you look at, say, charities out there across the nation, there's charities, for example, like St. Jude. St. Jude is a children's research hospital nonprofit organization. They're dedicated to curing and saving children from cancer and other diseases. You think a group like that would have tremendous overhead expenses. In fact, they promise that no child is ever denied treatment based on the family's ability to pay. They rely 100% on charitable donations and volunteer efforts to cover medical costs. And you think if there was a group out there, a nonprofit public sector group that had high administrative expenses in the 15-20% range, it would be a group like St. Jude. But in fact, they advertise and they are regularly audited, and they spend 4% or less of all donations on administrative expenses. So out of every dollar raised by St. Jude, a nonprofit, again, they're doing something that typically is very expensive, which is covering medical costs for children with cancer, and also on top of it, dedicating a tremendous amount to research for curing cancer. That is a high lift. It's something that is very expensive, and they are able to do it with 96 cents out of every dollar donated to them for going to the patients themselves as opposed to administrative expenses and people on the board of directors or employees of the organization itself. So that's where this amendment comes in that says instead of spending 20%, I believe it's here, yeah, it says starting next year, $500,000 or 20% of the appropriation may be retained by the contractor for admin expenses as permitted under the bill. So if you're a contractor, this is a pretty juicy contract that you want to go out for. It's very tempting, and this is taxpayer dollars. This is general fund dollars, I believe. Yep, $2.5 million of general fund transfers there. Yeah, that's an awful lot of money that's not going to actually do, it's not going to the folks that are purported to be helped under this program, under the Welcome Program. It's not going towards grants. It's not going towards anything. It's going to admin costs. So it's taking money from the taxpayers and just essentially spending it in a place that's not going to help anyone that is purported that the goal of the bill is to help. So I ask for a yes vote on this. Let's operate the program, if we're going to do a program, much more efficiently. It can be done. There are numerous examples out in the public sector, in the nonprofit sector, where it is done at dramatically less than 20%. I just gave one thorough example. And I think we could do better as a body, we can do better as a government, and I ask for a yes vote on this amendment before us today, which is
Amendment 5.
L005. So I ask for a yes vote on L005.
Senator
Thank you, Madam
Cutter.
Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the good senator from Highlands Ranch. But point of clarification, a few points of clarification. This can be used for training, capacity building, and that includes staff capacity. Most nonprofits doing this work don't have the kind of staff that they need to complete this, and they're doing it for mission-driven purposes. And need the boost. It's not just administrative expenses. It's really to ensure that service workers can actually get the job done. And an important point, St. Jude can solicit donations, so that I think is an important consideration. They don't actually count their doctor salaries or treatments as administrative cost, nor the facilities. So I think that's, if we're going to use examples, we should be accurate in description. So we would ask for a no vote on this.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, members, I would ask for an aye vote. The point that I think the good senator from Highlands Ranch was raising, whether it's St. Jude, whatever, there isn't really an organization out there, or most legitimate organizations, especially nonprofits, that have a 20% overhead for administrative costs and so forth. And here we're spending the taxpayers' dollars at 20%. That's a large amount of overhead. No other, or most other, I won't say no other because I can't say that with accuracy, but most other legitimate organizations, for-profit or nonprofit, are going to spend 20% of their revenue for administrative fees. Yet this program does that. And to the good senator from Denver was raising the point, well, these people come in waves. Well, they should know that, and they should be able to account for those ups and the downs and the influx of the people coming, which is kind of to my point of some of the earlier amendments, that we have people that are coming in waves, and we don't know who they are, where they're from, and we're shelling out tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars, and we don't even know where they're from. So that's why the administrative fees, in part, are so large. We really shouldn't be spending this type of money for people that we don't know who they are, where they're coming from. And with that, I ask for an aye vote on Amendment L005.
Senator Gonzalez.
Maybe the good senator from Colorado Springs is not aware of the individuals who are arriving because Colorado Springs has passed an anti-sanctuary resolution, an ordinance. Is his position informed at all? Having spoken to organizations who are actually doing the work of welcoming people? Has the good senator from Colorado Springs been to the detention center? Been to immigration court? Visited with individuals who are volunteers, who are, whether they are just individual moms who see another child enrolling in their elementary school who only has flip-flops, or whether that's a community organization, or whether that's a faith-based organization, saying, you know what, I don't care where you were born, but I see your humanity and I'm going to treat you like a decent human being. Because that's what we're talking about here right now. The organizations that are doing this work are doing this work because Congress can't agree on what day of the week it is. There was a bipartisan package to actually resolve this immigration crisis. And former President Trump said no. So even though Republican and Democratic lawmakers came together to actually put forward the funds necessary, we couldn't get it done. And so now here we are, having a debate about an amendment that seeks to limit the administrative costs that a grant recipient organization can utilize in order to treat people with humanity and respect. I'm sorry, I ask for a no vote, not only because this is a politically created crisis, thanks Congress, but also because, quite frankly, nonprofit organizations, faith-based organizations, literally neighbors, are helping human beings in need. Some people are entering the country without status, but a whole lot of folks are actually paroled in following inspection by the Customs and Border Protection, are eligible for work authorization. Takes, I believe, last count, 7 months. Now so with that, I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Minority Leader Lundin, and again, we are speaking to Amendment L5.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I perceive Amendment 5 is a friendly amendment to all the arguments you just heard. And here is how. We need to walk through the bill a little bit to understand that. Amendment 5 says, when you go to this administrative process, instead of spending up to 20% on laptops and consultants, you can only spend 5%. Spend the other 15% on the people who showed up in their flip-flops. I agree with that. If we're going to spend the money, let's spend it where it needs to be, serving people, not consultants like myself who show up in a nice suit and a tie with their laptop under their arm. The amendment says let's spend 5%. 5% where? You go to page 7, line 27 of the bill. Of the money transferred to the fund, that's the $2.5 million that we are potentially going to give to provide services to people that are unexpected, newly arrived individuals into Colorado. It says instead of spending 25% on the administrative, let's spend only 5%. 5% on what? Here's what this 20% of the $2.5 million we're talking about, $500,000 buys you. It buys you an administrator. What's the administrator do? Administers the grant program pursuant to Part 2, including establishing and implementing in collaboration with the department the process. Job 1, establish a process. Words on a page, written on a laptop, by which a community-based organization may apply to receive. So the community-based organization, they're the ones who are going to provide service at the end of the day. We're not, this money, this amendment we're talking about doesn't have anything to do with service provision. It's about paying somebody to manage the bill, okay? They must conduct a statewide outreach to ensure that all community-based organizations that serve migrants are aware of the opportunity to apply for a grant. Well, if you have a phone and you have the ability to write or create a simple, very simple website, you can do that. Of the $500,000 you're going to potentially pocket for doing this, you got that web operation based on my experience standing up multiple entities to provide information management, client services, 10 grand on the low end. No, 10 grand on the high end, 5 grand on the low end, 25 grand on the absolute outside. Okay, job 1. outreach. Then you're going to convene a statewide selection panel with a department that includes representation from impacted communities to select grant recipients based on the following criteria. So now we're starting to talk about who are we going to go select. We're going to reach out to these people who are actually going to provide services. Well, the consultant doing this gig, you do the whole thing on Zoom. You don't even have to leave the comfort of your bedroom as you put this together as a consultant being paid 20% of the money that should be going to provide services. Who are you going to reach out to? Who are you going to talk to? People that have a demonstrated historical commitment to working with and in the migrant community, immigrant and migrant populations providing services. 2, demonstrable ability to respond to emerging needs of the migrant population. Now, we're not talking about the consultant here, the administrator. We're talking about the people the administrator is going to reach out to. And I've interacted with a number of these. The ones I interact with tend to be more faith-based. And they care. They provide service. They do the work. Well, reach out to them and say, hey, want to make sure you're aware of this? We're looking for people to provide service. I'm making 20% on the deal. You're not going to make a nickel on this. You're not going to, you will barely be able to cover your overhead. And so you're going to have to reach out and raise more money to provide administration for your part of the actual service provision. But I'm cutting a fat hog here. I'm going to make 20% on the deal. So you're reaching out to those folks. They also have to have the criteria, because the consultant is saying, look, here's the people that will be eligible to get a grant. And I'm the one who's going to issue the grants, by the way. Just want you to know. They're paying me 20% to issue the grants. You must have experience in providing any of the services described in Section 8, 3.7, 2022. All right, so that's earlier up in the bill. We're creating it. That's not existing code. We're writing it. Here are the criteria. Here are the things. So as I'm putting this package together, this is a cut and paste that goes to the website. It says, hey, apply for these grants. And all I have to do is cut and paste from the statute. The grant, here's how you get a grant. Keep in mind the consultant, unless we adopt Amendment 5, is making 20% to do what I'm talking to you about right now. I cut and paste. Here's what I cut and paste. It's about a statewide welcome reception and integration grant program. Here's the introduction from my website. The statewide welcome reception and integration grant program is created in the department to provide grants to community-based organizations that provide culturally and linguistically appropriate navigation of services and programs to migrants. Okay, good framing. Grant recipients shall use the grant award for one or more of the following. So if these are the things you do, I want to talk with you about your qualifications and the possibility of you getting a grant. The grant recipients shall use the grant award for one or more of the following services and programs, including but not limited to. Now keep in mind, I'm getting paid 20% to cut and paste this onto my website. Conducting an intake and assessment of needs. You do that? Well, of course they do that. I mean, or they're not going to qualify. Providing cultural orientation. I mean, that's simple, but I don't, you know what? I know how I would approach that, but I don't have to worry about that. Because as an administrator making 20% of the total program fund, I don't actually have to know what an appropriate cultural orientation looks like. I have perceptions of what that would be, but the people that are going to actually apply for the grants, they're the ones who need to know how to do that. Provide case management. Have you ever done that before? Well, again, I'm a consultant administering this project. I don't have any experience in that, but that's okay. I have experience in managing people who might have that kind of experience. You have to have, if you want to be one of the grant recipients, you need to receive or have experience in distributing emergency and transitional supplies, including food and clothing. Have you ever done that? Maybe you've got some trucks that help move this. Maybe you've got a facility where people can convene and pick up information. You need to have experience providing employment services or referrals to employment services, including career coaching, counseling, navigating training, including, Senate Committee amendment here, including training on workers' rights and identifying how to address and avoid exploitation. That's good. That's meaningful. The Lutheran Services or whomever hopefully can provide the training around that sort of stuff, certification and licensure and job placement. You also must be able to prove, now keep in mind, this isn't the consultant, the administrator. This is the person the administrator is filtering through. providing housing, housing-related services, or referrals to housing, including advising about the obligations under lease, paying security deposits, conducting background checks, and home visits for sponsors, and orienting migrants to rent and online payment systems. Next, you must have capacity in providing English as a second language class or a referral to English, and this is where you've even got a derivative, one more step out. You don't actually have to provide English language classes, but you need to have identified, this is the service provider, so we're now one step out from the consultant who's filtering and providing grants. A service provider doesn't have to have expertise in providing English language classes, but if they can find someone, they can give a referral to somebody who provides English as a second language class, they would then qualify. Further, keep in mind, I'm getting paid 20% now to cut and paste all of this onto a website with a couple check boxes, the radio buttons. Check these buttons. If you are capable of doing this, and then we'll filter you through, you're likely to get a grant. Providing financial orientation, including understanding credit, loans, and unbanked issues for undocumented individuals. I think, quite frankly, many of the service providers might be weak on that, but that's a good thing, and it should be a service provided. Providing referrals to mental health services. Providing referrals to physical health services. And the list goes on of criteria of the service provider. Keep in mind, we are not talking about the administrator who's getting paid 20%. These are the requirements on the service providers. Providing services or referrals to disability services. The next item, you must have experience in assisting migrant parents to enroll their children in public school or summer programs, including early childhood programs to enable the parents to find employment and help the parents navigate school and summer program systems. And so there are, four more criteria. Providing interpretation and translation services. The service provider would be required to do that. Service provider would also be required to provide transportation, bus passes, orientation to the bus and transportation system. They must also have experience in providing immigration legal assistance, again, or referrals to immigration legal services, and other eligible expenses as determined by the department and the administrating entity in consultation with community-based organizations. So that one's kind of an odd thing. That's where you might be able to give a little bit of extra money to the grantee because one of the criteria that the grantee is supposed to show up with skills at is receiving other eligible services and expenses. So, again, at the end of the day, am concerned about the individual who just showed up in the metaphor we're using here today, is in flip-flops and needs support, but we're actually putting an additional layer of expense in there for the grantee to receive other eligible expenses as determined by the department and the administering entity, that's your consultant who's managing all of this, in consultation with community-based organizations. So that particular element, if I were going to run an amendment, really wanted to tune this up, I'd put a restriction on that as well, because I don't want the service provider, plussing up the administrative expenses they're taking in as well, because at the end of the day, I think we all want as much money to be going to the provision of services to the individuals who show up in challenging circumstances. Then it goes on, the department shall issue a request for proposal. See, the department's even issuing the request for proposal, so the consultant at this point doesn't even have to do all the front-end marketing on this. The department's going to carry a part of the load. The administrator, their burden, their expense that they're getting paid 20% for, absent Amendment 5, which is what I'm talking about here, which would take that down to 5%. The department's going to do a whole bunch of the heavy lift here. The department shall issue a request for proposals for a nonprofit organization that is exempt from taxation under the federal code 501c3, Federal Internal Revenue Code of 1986, to administer the grant program. The department shall select and contract with a nonprofit organization that has a statewide reach of organizations serving migrants and demonstrated expertise in administering grant money, et cetera. So back down into the active part of the amendment. So we're on page 7, line 27. We're knocking that down from 20% to 5% is what the amendment asks for. And I was leading back up into the work that's being done for the administrator by virtue of the cut and paste capacity that you can use just coming from the statute. The other requirement for the administrator, so we're back now discussing the administrator, person making 20% on the deal, $500,000 for, golly, I don't know how many hours. I mean, if you're smart about how you do this, you could, and of course, this requires expertise is what the consultant's going to say. I don't want to get into the land and the game of consultants, but but the reality is that the invoice they will present is going to get to 20%. And I didn't want to, reveal too much in the way it works, but by the time you think through everything and the consultant puts together the package, the program, the website, they're going to ask for 20%. It says up to 20%. That's what they'll ask for. That's the beautiful thing about a bid contract like this is what your customer's willing to pay. In this case, the customer is the state, us, the taxpayers. House Bill 1280, they're going to pay $500,000, so that's what the invoice is going to be for. Then you've got to submit an annual report to the department pursuant to 8-3.7204. Regarding the number of migrants served, the type
Mr.
of
Minority
service.
Leader, we're straying a little far away from the amendment. I know that you're trying to tie it back to the number, but we're now getting into the reporting requirements, which is less related.
But I tell you what, though, if I'm going to bid this contract as the administrator, I need to know what my criteria are and whether I need that 20% or not. My argument has been with regard to Amendment 5, which says we should only be paying out 5%. Not 20%, that's what the amendment says. Well, we're looking at what all do they have to do and how big is the scope? I mean, if they have to provide services to the tens of thousands of individuals, then you know what, $500,000 isn't much. But if all they have to do is send out a solicitation that says, we want you to know we're going to give out grants to take care of people, and we now, and this is what I was just getting to, the requirements on this administrator to report. Now, we will report back what we have done with the money you paid us as an administrator. That's what this is. So it's part of the explanation of the requirements upon the administrator. So I do think it's germane to the amendment. So you've got to submit the report, and quite frankly, having been inappropriately, whatever, chastened by the chair, I will abbreviate my description of the reporting. But the reality is the administrator has to write a summarizing report. Here are the people that we selected. Here are the grants we issued. Here's the estimated number of people. I'm summarizing what it says here in the statute or in the bill. We also, and this is quite frankly insightful, I like this. There's a couple of amendments in here that I've seen were put on here in the Senate that I like. Key barriers to receiving services. I think that's good. The administrator should be looking in and saying, as we were observing the grant providers provide these grants, here were some difficulties where people weren't able to access the services. Because that's really where the money meets the road. That's really where this bill starts out saying, we're going to spend $2.5 million helping people that are arriving unexpectedly here in Colorado and need services. We want to provide services. So coming back, closing the loop on my conversation, my statement. If you care about the people, and the metaphor that has been offered, and I will glom onto it and use it, that are arriving here with nothing but flip-flops and a thin cotton towel or a thin cotton blanket, then by golly, support Amendment 5. It says don't pay the fat cat consultants. Don't pay the administrator. I mean, government gets the trifecta, the three words that were used to describe bad government were waste, fraud, and abuse. Well, I don't know that this is abuse, and I don't know that it's fraud. It's pretty clear here in the state. But this is waste, plain and simple. You don't need to pay the administrator $500,000 on a $2.5 million grant program. That is just way too much. So I walked through it from just a practical presentation of how that happens. Well, what's the tradition now? What do we normally pay to administer programs and grants? My experience, no more than 5. The good senator from Centennial and I were battling last year on a bill where we were working on some education services, and he was trying to knock it down to 2.5, and I had to accept the amendment because I thought 2.5 was plenty for the administration of the program. This amendment doesn't go that far, but this amendment does say 20% to administer, reaching out and saying, hey, we've got a grant program. Those of you who qualify, here's the explanation of qualifications. Please submit your applications for grants. And then when that's done, kicking out a report to the department that says, hey, we spent your $2 million because we're keeping $500,000 of it for having spent it, and here's how it got spent. You don't need to pay 20% for that. Amendment 5 says make it 5. If you really care about the people we're trying to serve here, you know what? Let's put an extra $400,000 into serving those people by adopting Amendment 5 to House Bill 1280. I've got challenges with the bill. We'll get to that later. But in terms of making this bill better, let's bring the administration down to where it ought to be and serve the people who have the needs. Thank you, Madam Chair, for listening.
To the amendment, Senator Beasley.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just a final word on the amendment. Again, this is to bring the overhead administration costs down from what's allotted in the bill from 20% down to 5%. So just put it in raw numbers, as the good senator from El Paso County was just describing, from Monument, was describing, of the $2,500,000 total grant money, $500,000 of that $2,500,000 would go to administration. That's an enormous chunk if you just think about it just in pure dollar terms. So to move that from $500,000 as 20% down to 5%, that's $125,000. A $375,000 savings that would be applied to more direct costs. So that's what L005 is about, and I urge an aye vote.
To the amendment, Senator Liston.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I won't belabor things too much longer. I did want to thank my good colleague from Monument for his short soliloquy on the rationale to keep this down to only 5%. Members, if we think about it, let's just add another zero. What if this program were 25 million? Then the overhead on this would be $5 million. $5 million. I mean, that's just crazy. It's been said here, and once again, if you look at all of the nonprofit organizations that are out there, many of them, most of them, would not have a 20% overhead. Each year, tax-exempt and nonprofit organizations have to file a form, I think it's called a Form 990 with the IRS, and for full disclosure. And for those organizations, if they were filing their 990 form and people found out that they were charging 20%, they would quit giving to that organization. We're not necessarily against helping the people that this is purported to be, but let's not inadvertently line the pockets of administrators and consultants and people in their Gucci shoes and leather briefcases. They're going to come in and take a 20% overhead. So with that, members, once again, I would ask for a aye vote on Amendment L005 to House Bill 1280.
The motion is the adoption of Amendment 5. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. Seeing no further discussion, the motion for the body is, there is further discussion? Senator Liston.
Yes, members, I appreciate the good discussion we're having about House Bill 1280, because I think it's important for the people, the millions of people that are listening in and watching in, that they know and understand that we're, how the taxpayers' dollars are being spent, particularly from people we've offered amendments, very reasonable amendment, to at least know who we're giving the money to and the aid and the support. I don't think that's a big ask, and that we're trying to find ways to spend the taxpayers' dollars efficiently. So with that in mind, I have another amendment in mind.
There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Hubler, would you please read Amendment L6?
L6, Amendment Gross Bill, page 6, after line 16, insert 6. The
Senator
administrating
Liston.
entity.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I move Amendment L006 to House Bill 1280.
Thank you for moving the amendment.
Very good. What it does, members, is it stipulates that no funds or grants be dispersed to political organizations. You know, if we're going to take this money, let's make sure that hopefully that it's spent efficiently and it gets really down to the people who might need the aid and the support. This really, the point of this amendment is that to prevent, apparently here 3-4 years ago, I'm not sure the exact year, an organization called Connect for Colorado, when they were given money, they were giving money to political interest groups. We don't want this money spent for political organizations, political organizing, and so forth. So with that, I would ask for an aye vote on Amendment L006.
Senator Fields.
Members, asking for a no vote on this amendment. If you look at who's doing a lot of this work, a lot of them are nonprofits. They're not political organizations. They may be a faith-based organization. And to put something in statute like this is really a huge distraction from the bill when we're trying to create a system that welcomes a new services for our migrants community. And so this is just delaying further discussion as it relates to the bill. So no, we don't need to put in here a political organization. They're not going to be awarded the funds. This is just outrageous.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I don't find it outrageous at all. In fact, it's happened here. It happened with Connect for Colorado. And it simply reaffirms, let me read the amendment. The administrating entity or selected recipients of grants must not be a political organization, and grant awards must not be distributed to a political organization or used for political purposes. I don't see how that's absurd. These are new migrants to the United States, so they won't be elected eligible voters. There's nothing absurd about this whatsoever, and in fact, I assume that these grants will be going to a 501c3 nonprofit, and of course, in order to maintain the 501c3 status, it is illegal for them to engage in political campaigns. Federal law. So all it's doing is mirroring federal law, really. And also, why, I guess the really important question this begs here is why would it be a problem to put into a bill dealing with new migrants a line that says shall not be used for political purposes? To me, there's no good answer for that. There's no answer to that question that's not, doesn't raise many more questions. It seems perfectly logical, perfectly reasonable in a bill that deals with outreach to the new migrant community, largely located here in Denver, that those funds shouldn't go to political purposes. That makes all the sense in the world, and I ask for a yes vote. This is a good amendment. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion, there is. Senator Liston to the
Yeah,
amendment.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to speak to the amendment. Once again, members, all we're asking is that we use this money efficiently. If it's going to be used, not for extravagant overhead, and certainly not for inadvertently. I'm not saying it's done on purpose all the time, but it shouldn't be used to for political interest groups. That doesn't necessarily mean political parties, but there's plenty of political interest groups out there. Let's get the money to help these people that are here only in flip-flops or need some extraordinary help. So with that, I ask for an aye vote on Amendment L006.
Senator Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I stand in strong support of this amendment. I think if the intent of the bill is to help newcomers, then this makes all kinds of sense to have this amendment. It shouldn't be going to a political organization or any other political purposes. And I've seen in my own district where this has been an issue and a problem. So I think this amendment's very applicable. So I'd stand in strong support of L006.
Seeing no further discussion, Senator Kirkmeyer to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of L006. So, again, this is this is coming out of that issue that we had earlier this year where Connect for Health was donating to political organizations, Democrat groups. Remember, they funded the dinner, help donate and put money towards the dinner at Casa Bonita. You know, this is a problem. And so I'm in full support of this, that grant recipients cannot be political organizations. We have to stop doing that. They can't be connected to a political organization. We need to be fair in those types of things. You know, one of the reasons we're having some issues with the budget is because of another program that's over there in Connect for Health, the Omni Salute. That's where we had the state auditor come in and say they weren't classifying Tabor funds the way they should be, tax funds the way they should be, and now we were off by $34 million, and you're going to hear about more of this today. I'm assuming when that bill comes up, because I'm going to talk about it, and I'm on that bill with good reason. So here's the thing. We have organizations that are pseudo-part state agencies, and they're not really state agencies, but they're part of the state that we help fund, and we have these enterprises that are essentially almost like a quasi-state agency. And on our enterprises, we don't have that much control over them. But we do have control, and we have a responsibility and accountability with regard to how grant programs are ran. And so I think this makes perfect sense. In fact, I think we should have this amendment on every single grant program that runs through here after we saw what happened just in the last year, where thousands upon thousands of dollars, and hopefully we're going to get an audit. I know people ask, senators in this room ask for an audit, and where the heck is that at? Why aren't we auditing them? So we can have an understanding of what's going on. Did they give to other organizations that look like political organizations or kind of look like political organizations? I think this is an excellent amendment. I think it is an accountability and a transparency type amendment. And I think for those state agencies who think they want to skirt the line, this makes it really very clear you don't get to skirt the line. We're telling you straight up, we don't want to catch you giving general fund grant dollars that come from hardworking taxpayers in this state money to your political entities, to your political organizations, or things that benefit your political side. That's wrong. That's why I support this amendment, L006, and ask for an aye vote.
Members, we're going to take a quick senatorial 5 at the request of the bill sponsor. You ready? Members, we are back. Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, to save a little bit of time and heartburn and to compromise for the time being, I will withdraw L006 with the idea that we'll come back and revisit this or other amendments. So for the time being, I will withdraw L006.
Thank you. I believe, members, Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over Senate House Bill 1280 to the end of the calendar.
The motion is to lay over House Bill 1280 until the end of the calendar. All of those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will lay the bill over to the end of the calendar. Majority Leader Rodriguez. We will take a senatorial 5. The revenue classification? Sorry. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the Senate proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1449.
The motion before the body is to proceed out of order and to take up House Bill 1449. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order. Mr. Hubler, would you please read the title to House Bill 1449?
House Bill 1449 by Representatives Joseph and Lindsay and Senators Cutter and Priola concerning measures to improve sustainability services through the Department of Public Health and Environment, and in connection therewith, updating the Pollution Prevention Act of 1992.
You both have your hands up, so we just need one. Senator Priola.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I move House Bill 1449. There is no committee report.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Oh, go ahead.
You can go ahead.
The bill repeals the popular Prevention Advisory Board of the Pollution Prevention Advisory Board Assistance Committee. When the bill takes effect, repeals the Recycling Resource Economic Opportunity Program October 1st, 2025, and repeals the Front Range Waste Diversion Enterprise, replaces it with the Colorado Circular Community Enterprise. Saves a lot of money. I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is an important bill. Senator Priola and I have worked, my good colleague from Henderson, and I worked on these programs over the last several years, and as he said, this saves money. This is a good program for our cities and counties and local governments, and we ask for your support.
Seeing no further discussion, we do have discussion. Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the sponsors for bringing this bill. It's an interesting bill because it repeals the Pollution Prevention Advisory Board and its Assistance Committee. It also repeals the Recycling Resources Economic Opportunity Program on October of next year, October 1st, and then it repeals the Front Range Waste Diversion Enterprise to merge them all into the Colorado Circular Communities Enterprise, a CCCP. The enterprise, so this is yet another enterprise. I don't know how many enterprises we've had this year, but we've had an awful lot. The aim of the new enterprise is to provide eligible entities with enhanced project design options to support community projects. That's a pretty broad mission for these groups. And they'll award grants and funding and will provide technical assistance to local governments, nonprofits, and for-profit businesses, public and private schools, higher education institutes across the state, borrow something from our leader here, from across the state that pursue a circular economy for waste management. This includes waste diversion and waste adversion. The bill also creates a statewide voluntary sustainability program to support business engagement and sustainability efforts. Now, again, the aim of the new enterprise is to provide eligible entities with enhanced project design options to support community projects. The Colorado Public Interest Research Group, along with EcoCycle, noted in 2021 State of Recycling and Composting in Colorado report that the state is, quote, not moving fast enough to improve recycling and composting, essentially failing to meet its recycling and composting goals and remain one of the 20 most wasteful states. That is actually quite shocking to me given the makeup of Colorado and the amount of money and effort we've put into programs just like this one. This program, it's another, $18 million it appears to be, and it reduces the Tabor refunds by close to $4 million this year because, of course, it's creating that new enterprise. So it's taking a big portion of the budget that otherwise would be eligible for the Tabor refunds and taking it away. Previous legislative efforts have come in this space, specifically last year, well, actually it was 2 years ago, House Bill 22-1355 by the same two sponsors who have been leaders on this initiative. But those efforts have frankly fallen short because despite aiming to create the producer responsibility program and encourage companies to be active participants in helping the state grow its circular economy impact, those programs just haven't worked. The concern with this bill is that it has reasonable intentions, however, it may not achieve the desired results realistically. When changes needed, public-private partnerships are one of the most effective tools and incentives to drive impacts and innovation for sustainable solutions. That makes sense. Though this bill aims to streamline the transition to a circular economy through merging and modifying current state efforts, the government so far has had an abysmal track record in showing success in this area. Colorado was recently named one of the worst 10 states in the country for recycling in a national report from Colorado-based Ball Corporation. Recycling rates are estimated at between 11 and 16%, less than half the national average, And it's not for lack of trying. We have tried recycle programs. We've thrown money at this program for many years. We've thrown money at many programs, as this bill details those programs, for many years, and we're still haven't gone anywhere. So what we're trying to do with this bill is go back to the same issues, to the same, essentially we're trying to roll the same dice over and over and over again, hoping to get a new number that's never come up. And in the process, we're just creating enterprises and more enterprises. And then there's new fees. So there's going to be a new fee impact on solid waste disposal. The bill is anticipated, well, here we are. Actually, perhaps this is a question for the bill sponsors. Are we increasing fees or are we reducing fees here? It may seem as if we might be reducing fees here. This bill, of course, House Bill 1449 by the number, must have just been introduced and is flying very fast through the process. So that is a good question. Are we increasing or decreasing fees?
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are actually reducing fees. This is a very well-negotiated compromise to merge these programs together, to streamline, create efficiencies. The grant programs have been successful. There's a demonstrated need for them to continue, and we actually, the overall cost has been streamlined, and we need to continue moving forward with these programs. They've been well used.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's good for rural Colorado.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, I actually rise in support of 1449. I voted for it in Finance Committee. It's a unique approach, and it does actually reduce fees. So I wanted to just kind of walk through the fiscal note with everybody. Again, this bill, as described, consolidates existing waste diversion programs, including an existing enterprise, into a new enterprise. So it doesn't, it's a net zero. We eliminate one and create another one. It decreases state revenue, hence a reduction in TABOR refunds, because we're not collecting excess revenues. The bill repeals and reenacts the Pollution Prevention Act of 1992 by renaming it the Colorado Sustainability Act, modifying its programs and consolidating them into CDPHE. And again, some discussion about replacing one enterprise and creating a new one. It replaces the existing Front Range Waste Diversion Enterprise with now the Colorado Circular Communities Enterprise. This new enterprise inherits any existing contracts or in-process responsibilities of the existing enterprise to provide continuity of operations. The enterprise is overseen by a board of directors, which includes representative from CDPHE, local governments, the solid waste disposal industry, and the bill creates this Colorado Circular Communities Cash Fund. An honorable approach, because Colorado is lagged so far behind in our recycling efforts. There's another opportunity to improve that. The enterprise is charged with, again, promoting a circular economy, including promoting reuse of natural resources, promoting reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, incentivizing businesses to use recyclable and compostable materials, supporting sustainability infrastructure, creating local jobs, extending the life of local landfills, and supporting waste diversion. I think there's, you can make a connection in the water space as well about the efforts there and a number of bills that we've run through here to work on that very challenging water security issue. The enterprise operates as a grant program to achieve those statutory waste diversion goals. The bill repeals those goals, and the new enterprise awards grants that are really focused around the circular economy. It was scheduled to repeal in 29. The new enterprise will remain open until 2032. Here's a discussion about the fees. Under current law, an operator of a solid waste disposable site charges a fee based on the type of vehicle transporting the solid waste and an amount per volume or weight of solid waste disposed. Fee revenue accrues to the Recycling Resources Economic Opportunity Fund, for CDPHE to administer the Recycling Resources Economic Opportunity Program. An additional fee on the volume or weight of solid waste disposed in the Front Range supports the existing enterprise. The bill redirects these fees to the new cash fund supporting the new enterprise and changes how the fees are calculated, resulting in, important here, lower fees for solid waste disposal on the Front Range compared to current law. The bill codifies in statute a voluntary sustainable program that encourages business, nonprofit organizations, local governments, schools, and state institutions of higher ed to move towards evidence-based sustainability. CDPHE will provide support and services for the small businesses. I won't be muted. I will not be silenced.
It was by your own caucus member, I will just point out, so.
That figures.
Please continue, Senator Simpson. I apologize.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Under current law, CDPHE collects that pollution prevention fee that houses on facilities that house certain hazardous substances. The fee revenue pays for the activities of the Pollution Prevention Advisory Board, and they award grants, technical assistance, and makes recommendations on solid waste diversion issues. Under the bill, the advisory board repeals, and the fee revenue instead supports the voluntary sustainability program. Again, we touched on this. The bill decreases state revenue by decreasing the fee on solid waste disposal in the Front Range and potentially opens the door to increased revenue from gifts, grants, and donations. Neither of those revenue sources is subject to TABOR. Here's an important distinction about the fee. The bill is anticipated to decrease fee revenue over time. The amounts are, there's a table in here, Table 2. The amounts are estimates. Actual revenue will depend on the amount of solid waste disposed in each year that originates in the Front Range. Current statewide fee per cubic yard of waste disposed is 14 cents. For those living in the Front Range, there's an additional solid waste disposal fee of 64 cents, which is adjusted for inflation each January. The bill makes these fees geographically distinct for Front Range and non-Front Range areas. The 14-cent fee that applies to non-Front Range areas is unchanged, but directed under the bill to the new fund. This results in no net change in fee revenue, but a change in the fund to which the fee is directed. The 64-cent adjusted for inflation fee that applies to Front Range areas is increased to 74 cents July of this year and 78 cents next year. However, since it's inclusive of the 14-cent fee, this represents a decrease for half a year in 24-25, and the revenue is expected to further decrease from current law because it's no longer adjusted upward annually for inflation. The bill transfers the balance that existing balance in the waste diversion cash fund to this new Colorado Circular Communities Cash Fund, July of this year. That's where there's estimated there's $18 million in that fund today. The bill transfers the balance of the Recycling Resource Economic Opportunity Fund to the Colorado Circular Communities Cash Fund September of next year. It's expected to be pretty minimal. Look, all in all, and again, the TABOR question, the bill replaces the existing fee with a similar fee. Since the fee level is the same, there's no net impact on state revenue. However, because the new fee is not subject to TABOR, the bill reduces TABOR refund obligations by the amounts shown in Table 1. Anyway, it's a thoughtful approach, I think, to move us into that more circular economy, which I'm interested in being engaged and involved in. I think the bill actually is a thoughtful way to get us to a better spot, and again, all in all, actually reduces the size of government. I rise in support of 1449.
So the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1449. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Senatorial 5.
We'll take a Senatorial 5. Mr. Majority Leader,
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
the motion before the body is to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. We will rise and report. Ready? Sure. Let's see what happens.
Senate will come to order. Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Your committee has met and had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
May 7th, 2024. Mr. President, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bill, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1449, passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the adoption of the report.
The motion is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Liston, Smallwood. With a vote of 31 ayes, 3 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused. Committee of the Whole report is adopted. House Bill 1449 passed in second reading and order revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Mr. Majority Leader.
Robert, he called you.
What?
Oh, not now.
No, no.
Never mind. Are we going
March
back in a
with-
second?
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we proceed to take up House Bill 1137, House Bill 1457, House Bill 1142, House Bill 1369 on special order, second reading of bills consent calendar at the hour of 12:59.
The motion is that the Senate take up those bills on special orders consent at the hour of 12:59. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Senate will take up those bills on special orders consent at the hour of 12:59. Special orders, second reading of bills consent calendar. Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that hold on 1 second. I move that we resolve ourselves into the Committee of the Whole in order to take up special orders, second reading of bills.
You have heard the motion to resolve ourselves. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of the special order, second reading of bills consent calendar, and Senator Zenzinger will take the chair, and we are hereby resolved.
The committee will come to order and the court rule is relaxed. Will the clerk please read the title of all the bills on special order, second reading of bills consent calendar?
House Bill 1137 by Representatives Morrow and Taggart and Senators Winter and Bridges concerning implementing the recommendations of the Fraudulent Filings Working Group in connection therewith making an appropriation. House Bill 1457 by Representatives Brown and Winter and Senators Liston and Marchman concerning a pilot grant program to award grants to local governments in rural areas to help pay costs associated with the abatement of dangerous materials in certain structures. House Bill 1142 by Representatives Holtorf and Joseph and Senators Winter and B. Pelton concerning the expansion of the state income tax subtraction for Social Security benefits. House Bill 1369 by Representatives Holtorf and Martinez and Senators B. Pelton and Marchman concerning the creation of a Colorado agriculture license plate and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move for the passage of all the bills on second reading of bills consent calendar and the associated committee reports, which are House Bill 1137, House Bill 1457, House Bill 1142, House Bill 1369, and the appropriations report.
Is there any discussion on the committee reports? The motion before the body is the adoption of all the committee reports on special order, second reading of bills consent calendar. All of those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it and the reports are adopted. Is there any discussion on any of the bills on consent calendar? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of all the bills on the special order, second reading of bills consent calendar. All of those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it and the bills are adopted. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion before the body is to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will rise and report.
Senate will come to order. Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your committee has met and had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
May 7, 2024, Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1137, 1457, 1142, 1369, as amended, passed on second reading in order to revise and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the report.
Motion is the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, the committee of the whole report is adopted. House Bills 1137, 1457, 1142, 1369 is amended, passed on second reading in order to revise and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate take up House Bill 1223, House Bill 1340, House Bill 1470, House Bill 1006, House Bill 1175, House Bill 130, Senate Bill 130, House Bill 1230, House Bill 1270, Senate Bill 107, House Bill 1075, House Bill 1173, House Bill 1249, House Bill 1325, House Bill 1358, House Bill 1338.
On the special orders calendar at the hour of 1:04 p.m., special orders, second reading of bills. Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you. Mr. Hubler, would you please read the title to House Bill 1223?
Sliding off SVMA committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
It's wind under its wings, and to ask them to take
Certain high schoolers. This is a program built on top of that, and it creates that in the end of the day, all we're doing is we're picking winners and losers, and the average Joe taxpayer that is expecting to get a sizable Tabor refund when they pay their taxes will get much less of a refund because of bills specific like this. Now, almost every single tax credit is for a good reason, and for this one, it's to encourage more people to go to higher education and go to college. However, there are many programs that already do that without having to reduce the Tabor refunds for the overall general population. In this one, if looking in the out years, I don't know if it was testimony in committee or in the fiscal note here, but it's estimated to take essentially $50 million from Tabor refunds. Let's see, 36. Actually, just this year and next year alone, it's about $55 million in Tabor refunds that won't go out to the people of Colorado because, again, we're picking a small group to divert those funds to instead. And so for those reasons, I was a no vote in committee. It's, again, one of those things that is a very worthwhile cause. However, when stacked upon this one plus the 38, 39 other tax credits, the general taxpayer in the state of Colorado is just being nickeled and dimed to death, and their Tabor refunds are becoming further and further non-existent. There's also an awful lot of overhead for the program, a lot of new FTEs in the departments, and a lot of tuition. Essentially, we're just paying tuition in fees for a lot of students. So I voted no in committee and asked for a no vote here.
Senator Cleve Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of House Bill 241340. Every one of these income tax credit policies, I try to process through, and I think this one's a good example of here's a small investment by the state to encourage more participation, matriculation from high school to college that will generate bigger returns for the state of Colorado. I know the fiscal analyst, or I suspect the fiscal analysts can't make those kind of assumptions, but in reality, those students out of high school that will go to college and finish become more productive, more engaged, more involved, and contribute to the tax base, and will easily pay back that investment that the state made in getting a student out of high school and into college. I think this is a great example of how tax credit, refundable tax credit in particular, can be beneficial and helpful to the state of Colorado and actually in the end generate more revenue for the state. So I stand in support of House Bill 241340.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1340. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1470?
House Bill 1470 by Representatives Byrd and Taggart and Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer concerning the elimination of the allocation of a portion of premium tax revenues to the Health Insurance Affordability Cash Fund.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1470 and the Appropriations Committee report.
There is no Appropriations Committee report to the bill.
That's right, because we were the committee of reference. So we're to the bill. Members, we were informed by the Attorney General recently where we confirmed by the state auditor some findings that increased the expected general fund obligation for Tabor refunds for the fiscal year 23-24 and for fiscal year 24-25 by a total of $66.9 million compared to what it was assumed in the budget. This issue was caused by insurance premium taxes that are diverted to the Health Insurance Affordability Enterprise that is responsible for the state's reinsurance program for health insurance carriers and other smaller health insurance affordability programs. The insurance program reduces the risk for individual carriers of high-cost claims based on the premise that the carriers can then maintain lower reserves and reduce their premiums. We were informed by the Office of the State Controller that we needed to have treated this insurance premium taxes diversion to the HIA as exempt from Tabor, but the state auditor concluded and the Attorney General agreed that the money is in fact Tabor revenue, state Tabor revenue. So with that, we are bringing forward this bill before you so that we can take care of our obligation for the current budget year. And it's really important that people who are listening in understand that this is just a temporary solution for this year, and that the potential negative impacts to this would not occur until the following budget year. And we know that this is an issue that the Joint Budget Committee is going to have to circle back to in order to solve for. And for those reasons, we encourage an aye vote today so that we can essentially apply a tourniquet to this situation, and then with assurances that we will most certainly have to come back to this in the following year in order to solve for it longer term. With that, I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to extend my appreciation to the good senators from the Joint Budget Committee for their work, and I understand the difficult choices that they have had to make in order to advance a balanced budget. That being said, as the Appropriations Committee was the committee of reference, we did hear testimony from the Center for Health Progress, who raised the concern about what that impact will be for low-income Coloradans in order to be able to access health care. And so, yes, in the short term, is this a budget balancing measure? Yes. But I also want to acknowledge the witness from the Center for Health Progress, their policy expertise in this space, and their fear about what this will mean in the long term for low-income Coloradans to be able to access health care. So let this be a marker that for future General Assemblies, and certainly for future Joint Budget Committee members, that this is absolutely a cluster that we will have to uncluster, I think is how I will say that. Appreciate the conversation, and I want to thank the sponsors of the bill for, again, having to navigate an incredibly difficult set of policy options. Thank you.
Senator Smallwood.
Colleagues, all right?
Colleagues.
You all are good sports. This part I'm going to miss the most, being ridiculed publicly. This is a part.
We can keep doing that if you'd like, Senator Smallwood. You don't have to be here for that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's all fair, all fair. So, House Bill 1470. So depending on your perspective, House Bill 1470 is something we can deal with now or we can deal with later. Honestly, this is a budget problem that, in my opinion, was created by the state of Colorado getting, as they would say, over their skis a bit. So I think there were only a handful of you in this chamber when we debated the bill that created this problem. And I will send you, only upon request, a short video clip of, as you can imagine, me at the well with my mask on, right? Because we were in the middle of the pandemic with plexiglass back here. And I urged the body to reject the proposal that was on the table at the time. And the reason I gave for it, gave a number of reasons, but what I thought incorrectly was going to be most compelling was that we did not, as a body, understand the fiscal impact. When the health insurance affordability sort of second generation creation bill came before you, I was here and said, look, watch out. When they brought this bill to committee and presented it to me, there was an $80 million error in the fiscal note, colleagues, an $80 million fiscal error. And I brought it up in committee. I said, seems to be a problem. So the department looked at everything and said, oh, wow, holy cow, you're right. We'll go back to the drawing board. And they did. They came back with another fiscal note. And I reviewed it with my colleagues. And guess what? It was wrong again. It wasn't $80 million wrong second time. It was only $10 million wrong. But it was $10 million wrong. So the department came back again with a third fiscal note. Said, we promise. We know what we're talking about. And I stood here and I begged you to reject this piece of legislation back then during the pandemic that nobody understood. Nobody. I know that might sound bold to say or maybe inappropriate to say that nobody understood it in this chamber. And if anybody wants to come up and say, oh no, I remember that clearly. I remember that fiscal note. I understood it. Then we can debate that part of it. We didn't understand the fiscal note. We didn't understand how much money there was going to be. We didn't understand where the money was going to go. We didn't know how taxes should be applied to it. But what did we do?
as the brilliant legislators that we were, we passed it on a party line vote. I think it was a party line vote. Pretty sure it was a party line vote. We passed it because we were told by the first floor, nope, don't worry about this. Your job is just to pass bills. We'll handle the math. We'll handle the arithmetic. We'll handle the money. And so we passed it. And so here we sit. Here we sit with a problem in that we now need to get whole with the taxpayers. At least get whole with the math. And I think what you heard from the senator from Denver is, hey, if we get the math right, then this whole program doesn't work anymore if we get the math right. And what we promised, I think it was Senate Bill 215. I'm going by off memory. 215, 218. Because in that bill regarding the health insurance affordability enterprise, there was a huge chunk of money in there that was to be dedicated to providing no-cost or low-cost health insurance to non-resident or undocumented Coloradans, however we want to use the terminology, right, to be accurate. So there was a big piece in that bill, and candidly, they weren't really overt about the discussions around how much money needed to go to this program, which by then hadn't been created. We now all know it as OmniSalud, but that wasn't created yet because there was no money to create it. How many Coloradans it would be helping, what the process was going to be in order to apply for this program to get no-cost or low-cost health insurance if you weren't necessarily in the country legally or not. So it felt to me at the time that there was a little bit of subterfuge within the proponents, not in this chamber, but we have a lot of proponents outside this chamber. But we knew that needed to be a big piece of the money, the big piece of the spend, I should say. And so we raced it through, and now we're facing a fiscal note of $15.7 million this year, $17.3 million next year, and another $17.3 million after that. So we're how many hours away from Sine Die are we? Has anybody done the calculation here? What are we, 30 some hours? 50 hours? 40 hours? Here we are, the waning hours of session, and a bill comes before everybody with tens of millions of dollars of general fund impact. Tens of millions of dollars. Like we fight for 118 days in the committee rooms about $1 million and $2 million and $3 million. We fight like cats and dogs over a couple $1 million. And now we're bringing $50, $60 million in front of you in a fiscal note. And I'm the only one up here. There's not lines of people that are wanting to come talk about $50, $60 million worth of general fund expenses, general fund impact. Seems peculiar. And here's the reason why there probably is not going to be lines of people here talking about this bill. Is because I think that we know that we've got to solve the problem. Because the alternative to not solving the problem is to have a budget that is not balanced. And we can't do that, mercifully, in the state of Colorado. So we can either, I guess, come back and balance the budget if we don't handle this problem now, or we can attempt to run a bill unsuccessfully with less than 3 days that proposes going into the reserves, which we were told clearly we are not to entertain. Or we can run a piece of legislation like House Bill 1470. So, I don't know. guess it depends on who the chair is, whether a damned if you do and damned if you don't cliche is appropriate in the chamber. Maybe better to say darned if you do, darned if you don't. Because we got to do something. It is too late. It is too late to craft new legislation and try to address this properly. And I am not here to urge an aye vote. I'm not here to urge a no vote. You get to decide how best we should solve this problem, or whether we should roll into the next few days with a budget that isn't balanced. But I'm before you just to provide a warning for next year and the year after and the year after, that when the next brilliant idea from the first floor comes before you, and folks that understand the space are pleading with you that, you know, might have some problems here, might be a few red flags when you got a fiscal note that's off by $80 million, and then you've got a revised fiscal note that's off by $10 million. Maybe someone in this chamber will be bold enough when I'm gone to say, you know what? Let's pause. That actually makes some sense. Let's not just blindly follow the first floor and whatever new program they've concocted as they pat us all on the head and say, there, trust us, we know what we're doing. And we vote things through on a party line basis. Next time, my hope, pleading's probably a bit much, but my hope is that folks in this chamber will be like, you know what, we are going to slow things down. Because the senator from Denver already knows what the impacts of this are going to be. And the senator from Arvada knows what the consequences are going to be if we don't do it. So you, Republicans, Democrats, are between a rock and a hard place. And it's not directly your fault, but I'm here to argue that it's indirectly our fault by letting a piece of flawed legislation out of here in the first place without being properly vetted. So, those in the chamber, you have my email address, you have my cell phone number. Make sure you send me an email, send me a text so I can forward the riveting video clip to you. A little blast from the pandemic past, and we can rehash the exact same conversation, but we'll do it via masks and plexiglass. So have fun voting your conscience on House Bill 1470.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I just want to take you back in time a little bit because in 2019, when I was in the House, I was one of the prime sponsors of the reinsurance bill. That was House Bill 19-1168. It probably took us 119 of 120 days to get that bill passed. But we also were supposed to look at it in 2 years. But as the good senator from Parker said, in 2020, some of the House members came to me and said, oh, but we are going to change the whole funding mechanism for reinsurance. And I was not in favor of that. I would not sign on to that bill. And it didn't feel right because in 2021, we were going to take a look at reinsurance and see if it even was something that was working. But everybody got in a hurry and changed the funding mechanism, and now we're here where we are. Like the good senator from Parker, I guess you vote your conscience on this one, but I could just feel that train wreck coming when they wanted to, in such a big hurry, change the funding mechanism for reinsurance. instead of waiting that one more year to even see if reinsurance was working.
Seeing no further discussion. Yeah. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1470. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. 1470 is adopted.
Mr. Hubler, would you please read the title to House Bill 14, or excuse me, House Bill 1006? Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the Senate proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1175.
The motion is to proceed out of order and take up House Bill 1175. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order. Mr. Hubler, would you please read the title to House Bill 1175?
House Bill 1175 by Representatives Basenecker and Sirota and Senators Winter and Huckus Lewis, concerning a local government right of first refusal or offer to purchase qualifying multifamily property for the purpose of providing long-term affordable housing or mixed-income development.
Do we need to start from scratch? Okay, so you can just offer amendment, I think, okay? Well, we have to move it. Okay.
Senator Huckus Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1175.
To the bill. Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There is an amendment at the desk.
There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Hubler, would you please read Amendment L24?
L24, amend the local
Senator
government.
Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. L24 was some work that we were doing to ensure that this can be implemented. So it very clearly defines the components of an offer a local government must make to accept to a residential seller, including price. It clarifies that only the first of the allowable triggering events actually triggers a right of first refusal process, so this is narrowing it. It strikes a handful of triggering events in a good faith compromise to narrow it. And it puts clear timelines on the retriggering process for the benefit of the seller and includes NDA language to prevent confidential deal information, and I encourage yes vote.
Is there any discussion on the amendment? Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I do appreciate the bill sponsors walking us through it slightly here. It's just, Madam Chair, it is a 5-page amendment. I was just wondering if I could have perhaps, 30 seconds here to read through it. Yeah. Could we have a senatorial 5, please?
We will take a senatorial 5 to review the amendment.
Thank you.
No, but,
Senator Winter.
and so we're going to do those three quickly. And then we're going through these three quickly, then we're going to start.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to withdraw my amendment of L024.
The amendment has been withdrawn. Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to withdraw my amendment for the passage of House Bill 1175. I said I move to withdraw my motion to pass House Bill 1175.
I think the motion is that you would move to lay over the bill.
Right, but don't I first have to withdraw my motion and then lay it over?
No, you just need to withdraw the amendment.
Okay.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we proceed out of order for House Bill 1249, House Bill 1325, House Bill 1358, and then House Bill 1175.
Senator Winter, can you please make a motion to lay over House Bill 1175? Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we lay over House Bill 1175, three bills.
The motion is to lay over House Bill 1175 for three more bills. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill will be laid over until three bills later. Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we proceed out of order for House Bill 1249, House Bill 1325.
Just the one bill.
Okay, 1249.
So the motion is to proceed out of order to House Bill 1249. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order. Mr. Hubler, would you please read the title to House Bill 1249?
House Bill 1249 by Representatives Winter and Martinez and Senators Pelton, R. and Roberts concerning a state income tax credit for active agricultural stewardship practices and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1249.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1249. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Senator Assistant Majority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we proceed out of order for House Bill 1325.
The motion is to proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1325. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The aye has it, and we will proceed out of order. Mr. Hubler, would you please read the title to House Bill 1325?
House Bill 1325 by Representatives Valdez and Soper and Senators Bridges and Baisley concerning the creation of tax incentives to support the quantum industry in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1325.
Is there any discussion?
Nope.
Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of House Bill 1325. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Majority Leader Winter, Assistant Majority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we proceed out of order to hear House Bill 1358.
The motion is to proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1358. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order. Mr. Hubler, would you please read the title to House Bill 1358?
House Bill 1358 by Representatives Herod and Snyder and Senator Malika and Baisley concerning the film incentive income tax credit and connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1358 on second reading.
Is there any discussion? Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the sponsors for bringing this bill forward. And the bill deals, I believe it's the one to allow tax credits for film incentives. And this is a program that's actually come under controversy in years past here in the body. Madam Chair, I can't even hear myself speak.
Members, it is getting too noisy in here. I cannot hear the speaker. Let's give them your attention, and please take your side conversations out into the antechamber. You may proceed, Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I truly appreciate your leadership. And on the film tax incentives, this is an issue that's come up in years past, and one of the big issues, Jim Smallwood, surrounding film tax incentives is the state of Colorado. It's for the last several years, it's been, I believe, $5 million a year. And the argument has always been, well, $5 million is better than nothing. The question is $5 million a year really anything? And so it's one of those things that's like, if we want to do this, if we want to become a state that competes with a Georgia, for example, or a California, for example, something like this, then perhaps we really ought to make it a priority and put an amount in that will actually make a difference. $5 million on the set of a major motion picture is really not a lot. Also surrounding the film tax incentives in years past, it's gone, because it is a smaller amount, if we want to get one big motion picture, almost all the tax incentives are going to go to that one production, as opposed to spraying out them on many. So it's one of those things that just $5 million, it goes so fast. It's like, if we're going to do it, maybe we should bump it up and do it, really commit to it as a state. If it's true that every dollar put in, you get something like $4 or $5 in return. I do know those statistics have been very highly questioned, because at least with, I know the Hateful Eight, the audit that came from that showed that most of that money just ended up in the pockets of actually people that live and work in California, that it actually wasn't put into the Colorado economy. Now, it should be very clearly stated that since that time in the Hateful Eight, and since the audit that came out that was so, harsh, it was one of the harshest audits I think I've ever seen for a program in state government, there have been dramatic changes at the film office. So when I'm referring to the Hateful Eight and everything before with the Harvey Weinstein, everything that was a different era. After that audit, the film office did undergo dramatic changes to have more strict scrutiny over how the dollars are spent. And I guess from a very high level, do the taxpayers in your district, how are they benefiting from giving money to, essentially, in often cases, it's Hollywood? So the questions continue to arise: is the money being given actually turning into Colorado pockets? Because there's definitely an argument, like, say, a movie comes into Durango, Colorado for a week or so, and that's a lot of money being spent in Durango, Colorado for that local economy. But at the end of the day, is that money really being spent, is really staying in the state of Colorado? So again, it's going to be taking money out of the Tabor refunds and putting it to a specific thing, which admittedly, in often cases, will get Colorado highlighted on a national scale. But again, it's such a small amount. We're really not competing with the states that are dedicated to this program. And the movies that come here are coming here simply because Colorado is a beautiful place to film a movie, much more so than the tax incentives that come along with it. So I think it's something that, and I've been calling for it for years, if we're going to do it, we need to find out what the actual amount is to make a real impact, to really draw the serious movies here, or we don't do it at all. This weird middle ground where it's just $5 million a year isn't really working. It hasn't been working for some time, and so I urge for a no vote.
Senator Hansen. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And members, just a few thoughts to share on this bill. We've had a chance to see this in finance. We also had a chance to talk about this in the Appropriations Committee. And I would like to urge you to vote no on this bill, and it's for three very specific reasons. First of all, these film incentive programs have been used in 38 states around the country. And econometric study after econometric study has shown that the return on investment is very low, and in some cases actually negative. In fact, in Georgia, they put $1 billion into this type of incentive and saw a return of about 19 cents on the dollar So they put in $1 and got back 19 cents. And the second reason that that is a problem is because there is an incentive leakage issue with this type of program because, and in case somebody missed it, there are no big movie studios in the state of Colorado. They are out-of-state corporations, which means incentives are going to partially leak back to those headquarters, back to those out-of-state companies. So we'll put in incentives. They'll be captured by a production company, but much of that incentive will not stay in the state. And that has been shown in state after state. The third reason why I don't think this is the right direction for the state to go is because we have a situation where we've got a lot of tax incentives that we're looking at, and I think we have to seriously look at highest and best use of limited tax incentives. We are evaluating things like creative industry tax credit, which I absolutely support because those incentives stay in the state and they create long-term employment. What has been shown, though, with film incentives is that is not the case. These productions come in for a few weeks or a few months, and those incentives don't stick around. They don't lead to full-time jobs forever, or for the long term, I should say. Nothing's forever. Long-term jobs in the state. So I think we have three distinct issues with the approach contemplated in this bill. We've got the fact that the return on investment has been proven to be low. We've got the fact that there is a leakage problem, and we've got the fact that there are better places to invest this money, like the Creative Industries Grant, which I'm a big proponent of because those jobs stick around. So colleagues, I urge you to vote no on this bill. I hope I've given you three important things to think about when you evaluate this policy, and I urge a no vote on this bill.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of House Bill 241358. I was privileged to spend the summer of '22 working on a task force reviewing these types of incentives. And the Leeds School of Business did a wonderful presentation about the real return on investment here in Colorado because we are unique. You don't have big production companies here where folks come in, spend money locally. Look, I think you can pick your study you want to reference and have a demonstration of how good the return on investment is. But I thought I put a lot of stock in the Leeds School of Business doing their analysis and review of what the investment meant here in Colorado, and thinking about, again, the unique opportunities, whether it's in Durango or Telluride or in the San Luis Valley. Look, I was just convinced that indeed it was worth, I think, the $1 million investment we put in it last year, and think it's a worthy opportunity to extend it to $5 million. It's not putting the tens of millions of dollars or hundreds of millions of dollars that other states are investing in this space. And that's also what I was nervous about and did not want to get in that race to the bottom of how much are you willing to put in this incentive program. I thought this bill in its presentation and its space is a thoughtful approach to continue to demonstrate indeed whether there is a return on investment and ask for an aye vote on 1358.
Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the good comments from the senator from Denver. I'm not sure if that was just a few points. I was trying to keep count. I think it was more than, just 3? Okay. Members, we do have data to show the return on this investment, and fully appreciate the comments from the good senator from Highlands Ranch. I think at the end of the day, I think when we're looking at this dollar amount, it really allows us to pick the best projects and really, be smart with this money. We also have to understand that, our state has natural assets, and I think that that's also beneficial. But I think the other thing I want to make sure that the members know as well is that, look, we're in the running to host the next Sundance Film Festival. It's things like this that attract business like that. And we know how beneficial that could be. We've seen how beneficial that can be. And so when we're looking at spending taxpayer dollars and we're looking at doing this, I really look at ROI. And I understand there may be some data out there of certain states that have spent billions, but we're looking at Colorado and we're looking at our program, and our program specifically shows a return of 18 to 1. And if I'm going to spend taxpayer dollars and get a return of 18 to 1, I'm going to do that all day. And so I think this bill benefits the people of Colorado, brings jobs here to the state of Colorado. It allows us to highlight our great state to people not only in the United States but around the world. I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I know there has been a stat saying 18 to 1 return, but that just, to me, that doesn't make a lot of sense because, again, if a film studio, a big Hollywood film studio, a multi-million and billion-dollar business comes into Durango for like a week, it's like, yeah, the caterers, the restaurants, the hotels for that week or two will get a boost in their above and beyond their normal tourism fees. But that money, again, is leaking out of the state of Colorado and going back to that large movie studio. Now, in not all cases is it going to like the big movie studios like The Hateful Eight was the biggest last one that I can remember from it. A lot of it is going to smaller time projects. A lot of it's going to more local artists and more local filmmakers that are looking for that kind of first break into the industry, and they will get these tax benefits and they will come back. But the 18 to 1 doesn't frankly make a lot of sense when there's at the same time a statistic, I believe that was quoted from the good senator from Denver, that was 19 cents returned on every dollar. So these studies are kind of all over the place, and in terms of we put $1 million out into, let's say, this Hollywood studio that then comes to Colorado for a week or two or maybe a month. And what does that mean for the economy of Colorado? What does that mean for the future of Colorado? And I just would urge a no vote because this is precious taxpayer money we're talking about here. It does take away from the taxpayers of Colorado. And it's not going to help, like kids, hungry kids. It's not going to help school security. It's not going to health care for seniors. It's not going to any of these places. It's going, into the arts and the creative industries, and specifically to attract outside companies that aren't in Colorado to come here to Colorado to film, and also, on the other hand, to raise up the Colorado film industry of those kind of local artists. So there's a lot of good this office does. But again, I think going back to my original statement that we either need to fund it at a proper level that really does kind of show us that, look, we increased from 5 million to 20 million, and here's the return on that increase. If the stats are true, then that if we increased it by $1 million, then we should get $18 million in return that back into the economy. Again, I'm not sure that statistic makes sense, but we either need to fund it at a proper level that makes us competitive with the states that really are putting a lot into this, or find $5 million to put into something much more worthwhile for the hardworking taxpayers and citizens of Colorado. And for those reasons, I will again urge a no vote.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and colleagues. I rise in support of House Bill 1358. Just wanted to give you an idea why, right? There's always a lot of controversy around incentives, and there's statistics we can debate on all sides, right? Somebody throws out statistics saying this is just a money pit, it's not going to ever bring a return. Somebody else brings statistics saying, are you kidding? This is going to show a 10,000% return. And to be positively sure that the record is straight, I typically oppose incentives just on principle. Like if we lived in a vacuum and we didn't have to worry about states like Montana and Idaho and Wyoming and Utah and New Mexico that offer competing types of incentives, this would be an easy bill for me to oppose. And Lord knows I oppose enough tax credits and economic development incentives where I think my record holds pretty well solid on that. But this is one particularly in light of the success we've seen around other states recently, where Colorado's been passed over. Actually, let me take a step back. For those of you who are opposing the bill, I think you probably are doing a good job representing your clients, right? Because the chance of a movie studio coming to film something in Logan County or in parts of Denver, I think are pretty slim. I think that's fair. So when you hear those representing those areas come to the well and oppose the bill, I respect that. Those are folks that probably aren't seeing any direct value to their constituents. They're representing well. So I take no offense to that whatsoever. But I do think if you represent some of the areas in our mountain communities, in our resort communities, in our frontier communities, these are areas that I don't want to say they're inarguably picturesque, especially since the senator from Logan County is in front of me. I don't want to say that, that Ouray is necessarily more picturesque than Fort Morgan. I would never say that. But when it comes to where somebody would want to film a mountain scene, it's pretty obvious, right? I mean, I don't know. I don't know if you remember the movie Something About Schmidt. Was that the one that was filmed in Denver, or had scenes in Denver? And it painted Denver, I think, really positively. And the more of that we can do, right? I don't know if you've been tracking the news lately, but Colorado hasn't exactly been painted in the best light lately, right? Number one in car thefts for as long as we were. Number one in bank robberies for as long as we were. The country's leader in marijuana sales, probably use per capita, right? I mean, this was the image when I travel around the country. That's what people would say when I say I'm from Colorado. 30 years ago, people have been like, "Oh, great! So like you ski, you like the snow. What do you do? Snowmobile? What do you do?" Now they're like, "Oh, so you love weed, huh?" Right? So when we have an opportunity as a community to provide some money, and don't forget, we're arguing over a dollar figure. Here we got a parade of people up here talking about this dollar amount. We just passed a $50 million bill to fix an accounting error like 10 minutes ago, and I'm the only one up here, right? But now we have a few dollars that, figuratively, that could actually help shape Colorado and particularly Denver in a better light. We have an opportunity to do this, and even though apparently we don't care about a $50-60 million math error, and we're just gonna whatever, put it on consent calendar. But now we've got an opportunity to make Colorado look a little bit better. Let the country see the real Colorado. Let the country see the real Denver. And now everybody's up in arms. I can't really connect the dots with this. And again, the reason why I'm here is because when people see my name and a yes vote around tax credits and economic development incentives, people, wonder what happened to me if I hit my head or something. And again, a world in a vacuum, or examples of these kinds of credits and incentives in a vacuum, are easy for me to oppose. But when we're competing against neighboring states who have similar, although, let's be honest, not nearly as pretty backdrop, but it's similar, and they're providing better deals, and we're gonna miss out on those opportunities, to me, seems foolish, given the price tag, right? Now we're not talking about $50 or $60 million anymore. So for that, appreciate the bill sponsor, good senator formerly from Douglas County. My eyes always from Douglas County, but from Woodland Park bringing it, and I would urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope the good senator from the gated community of Parker continues to pay attention here because, and I love Parker. It's great. But yeah, not a lot of movies filmed in Parker, I don't believe, but it is beautiful. I will say, if you're worried about the state of Colorado's image in connection to marijuana, then you probably don't want to find out about the film tax incentives that are going to the reality TV shows on the topic of marijuana in Colorado and the industry, because there have been several. The most famous one I know of is called High Science. It's a reality TV show of the business behind the Colorado marijuana industry. So just wanted the good senator to Parker, or from Parker, to know about those great film tax incentives.
Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to come up and say I'm in strong support of 1358. You know, this state, for what we have to offer and the geography we have, it should be number one in the nation. And I personally have benefited from the film industry financially, doing a few things. Not modeling, leasing out horned cattle for some filming. But, you know, there's all kinds of vehicle advertisements. There's maybe some of you in the room can remember back to the Double Mint commercial and two horses riding across about 3 foot of snow. And that was my friend Doug McLean. It was mentioned that this money's kind of short term. I have several other friends that work in the Western film industry and do clothing and things like that, but can be pretty short term. But I can tell you, if it's enough money, which they do pay well, and I think the bill requires for production crews to be 50% of Colorado residents to do this. So I stand in strong support of this bill. Thank you.
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So let me just make 3 points and I'll sit down. This will be quick. Regarding the ROI, it's estimated by the University of Colorado School of Business. They're the ones that estimate the 18-to-1 return on investment. The CU School of Business reviewed the film office's work from 2013 through 2022, and during that time, the office provided $30 million worth of incentives to over 129 film productions. According to the CU School of Business, that created 6,023 jobs in Colorado and nearly $183 million of economic activity here in Colorado. Second point, I appreciate the suggestion of maybe more. Maybe the optimum level is 50 million from the good senator from Highlands Ranch, or $1 billion from the good senator from Denver, who's made that suggestion earlier. I'm not sure, but what's in this bill, the guardrails in this bill do include, like the good senator from Newcastle just mentioned, requires that at least 50% of the employees be hired from within Colorado, and that at least $100,000 be spent in the state in order to qualify for the tax credit. It's a performance-based incentive. Production company must complete the work, verify all their work, and verify through a CPA before submitting to the Office of Economic Development and International Trade. And then the production company, film company, can receive their incentive. It also requires, and I think this is important towards looking at this as something new for the state of Colorado, towards finding that optimal level of investment. The bill requires a report to us, to the legislature, after the third year of the incentive to outline the effectiveness and in-state impact of this film incentive. So good discussion, but I want to leave you with this anecdotally. You can all name some. I think the good senator from Highlands Ranch mentioned one film that is known locally. True Grit, made 60s, I think, with John Wayne. So Ridgeway still talks about that and still gets, to this day, receives visitors. So tourism We're a tourism state. It's probably our, I'm not certain of this, but I believe it's our biggest, maybe behind ag. I don't know, I believe it's one or two, tourism, the biggest industry in the state of Colorado. Think about True Grit, but more close to home to here, those of us here in Denver. Think of The Shining. So The Shining brought attention to Estes Park, not just while the film was being made all those years ago, but ever since. So the Stanley Hotel has become very famous and even migrating over to a museum now. The rewards from that one film coming is reaping over and over and over to this day. And the Office of Economic Development and Trade believes that just this $5 million investment will bring 1 to 2 big productions to the state of Colorado each year. So I think this is very much worth the try, and it's a small, relatively small risk towards the relatively potential big return. So I request and urge and I vote.
Senator Van Winkle.
It's okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do want to be fair, especially to the film office and all those high science. I was simply making a point to the good senator from Parker. I should point out, I found the press release, and the production for that was approved for $221,000 in film incentives. And the production is, I'm not sure if this happened or not, but it was expected to spend an estimated over $1 million here, hire 26 local cast and crew members. This was actually more than a year ago. So just to be fair, I wasn't disparaging at all the production of one particular thing over another. But if anyone from the film office is watching, I do highly encourage, upon the passage of this bill, to start a reality TV series following the days and times and life of Perry Will. I would watch that very regularly, and I think we could get lots of viewership. So thank you, Mr. President.
He has quite the online following these days, so I'm sure it would be well promoted. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1358. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1358 is adopted. Mr. Hubler, please read the title of House Bill 1175.
House Bill 1175 by Representatives Basenecker and Sirota and Senators Winter and Huckes Lewis, concerning a local government right of first refusal or offer to purchase qualifying multifamily property for the purpose of providing long-term affordable housing or mixed-income development.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move for passage of House Bill 1175.
Is there any discussion? Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So first off, I just would like to say thank you to the sponsors for making this bill much better than last year's. But let me go through the summary of the bill, or the summary of what it does. The bill introduces a right of first refusal and a right of first offer to local governments in dealing with certain multifamily rental properties, aiming to preserve or adapt these properties for affordable or mixed income housing. What it says is that these housings that they're talking about doing is that only if they have money that's spent, government money, or if they use funds of some sort of government impacts, or like they came in and local governments spent money on that, they would have the first right and refusal. Especially as, so the bill requires property sellers to notify local governments ahead of potential sales at least 2 years in advance, especially as affordability restrictions near expirations, and sets a detailed procedure for local governments to express interest and potentially purchase these properties. The right of first refusal under the bill exists for multifamily, residential, or mixed-use rental properties that is existing affordable housing, excluding mobile home parks. Local governments are given the right to purchase a qualifying property for an economically or substantially identical offer to another offer that the seller receives. any purchase or sale agreement for the qualifying property by a seller is contingent on the first right and refusal of the local government where the property is located. The right of first officer under the bill, or the right of first offer under the bill. At first, the right of first offer exists for multifamily, residential, or mixed-use rental property consisting of not more than 100 units and not less than 5 units in urban counties, and not less than 3 units in rural or resort counties, as those classifications are determined by the Division of Housing in the Department of Local Affairs for qualifying properties. The bill gives a local government the right to make an offer to purchase the property before it is listed for sale to third parties. The right of first offer repeals on December 31st of 2029. I'm glad they put that in there. I'm glad that they repealed that. Last session, Governor Polis vetoed House Bill 231190, which would have given local governments a right of first refusal on buying for sale apartment complex. He wrote that it could discourage investment at a time when the market cannot bear much risk. In addition, he supported local government's ability to buy such properties on the open market and preserve low-cost housing, but he said he does not support a required right of first refusal that adds costs and time to transactions. The governor also noted that he is leery that the new restrictions could lead to higher rents and greater unaffordability, as well as he would oppose future legislation that could be the unintended consequences of decreasing the supply of affordable rental housing. That's something that bothers me, as I worry about decreasing the amount of housing, the investments are there. If people want to invest in these houses, they are there. They need to stay open and free in the free market, and not where government has the first right and refusal, or the first, what did they call it, the first offer. I do understand that they've changed this bill significantly, where they actually added in where if there's government money spent on that building, but there's a lot of different ways that government money could be spent on a home or an apartment complex. I mean, I even made the comparison about spending money to repave a parking lot. If they petitioned their government to do that and they did that, would that count? So I just worry about this bill. I don't think it's good policy for Colorado, and I definitely think that the free market needs to stay free. And this is not the right use of this particular right of first offer or right of first refusal. So I ask for a no vote on 1175.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and yes, I heard this bill as well in local government. I do want to make a note here that when this bill was debated in the other chamber, there was very strong bipartisan opposition to this bill. House Bill 1175 permits counties and cities to get the first shot at buying certain multifamily properties that go up for sale. It also creates a new right of first offer that would give governments 14 days upon learning of a pending sale opportunity to claim that right, then take 45 days to make an offer if they choose to do so. Sellers could choose to accept or decline the offer, which could only be placed on complexes that are at least 30 years old and have at least 15 units. We heard a lot of testimony when this bill came to committee, but I was trying to figure out why this bill was even brought forward and who is it that really wanted this bill. Because a lot of the local governments didn't speak in support of this. There seems to be zero reason for local governments to insert itself in this. It's not the proper role of government to even do this. It requires 9 different notices. And this bill basically prefers renters over property owners, like many of the bills that we have had coming for us this year. And while everyone that brings these bills forward says, oh, you know, this is going to lower housing costs, this is going to increase housing costs just like every other bill that has come forward to this chamber. It's completely destructive to the market, and it basically is adding lipstick to a pig. I would urge a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill. Okay.
I want to talk after the amendment.
Oh, okay, sorry. All right. Senator Winter.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L032.
All right, there is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L032?
L32, amend the Local Government and Housing Committee report dated April 25th, 2024, as it appears in the Senate Journal, page 1081, strike lines 18 through 27, as substitute.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For those of you that were handed L024, because that amendment was withdrawn, this is the exact same amendment. Nothing's changed. It just has a new number. And so whether you have 24 or 32, it's the exact same words on paper. So Amendment 24 very clearly defines the components of an offer a local government must make to be acceptable to a residential seller, including price and material terms and conditions. So this was making it easier to understand where everyone was during the process. Clarifies that only the first of the allowable triggering events actually triggers the ROFR. So it's not like the process starts over and over again. So it doesn't maintain that loop of being in a continuous ROFR, and we really wanted to fix that. It clarifies that the ROFR process is re-triggering only when the asking price changes by more than 5%, which gives guardrails to this. It puts clear timelines on the re-triggering process for benefit of the seller. It includes NDA language that protects confidential deal information, and it extends exemptions that currently apply only to ROFR, which is right of first offer to right of first refusal. And this also sunsets this program in 5 years. And I encourage a yes vote on Amendment 32.
Senator Winter, can you move the amendment just so we get
Yes.
the right order? Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L032.
All right, proper motion. To the amendment, Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and a very lengthy amendment. I have just a few questions. In your explanation right there at the very end, you talked about the first right of refusal sunsetting, but in the amendment, it looks to me like both the ROFO and the ROFR both repeal after 5 years. Thank you. Then when you were talking about the ROFR process, retriggering whenever the price changes more than 5%, looks to me like that could put local governments in a bidding war with private investors. Would that be true?
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to that question. This doesn't create a bidding war. So first I want to mention that we have narrowed this bill incredibly, and this amendment continues to narrow it and what properties qualify. And so a right of first refusal will only qualify on properties that we have invested government money into and protecting that investment. And so that the right of first refusal means that the government can offer, and the building goes for sale and the government can accept. And they get the first one, and then it goes to the market if they don't want it. Right of first offer is we're just letting them know that it's for sale.
Senator Pelton.
I guess my next questions will be to the bill.
All right, so the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L32. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. To the bill, Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, explain to me a little bit more about if there's government money invested. Like, if there's a grant given to improve a parking lot or a recreation area, not a center, but an area, is that bring this this bill into alignment to where that then the government would have first right of refusal if it's just been not for the building itself, but for different accessories around it?
Senator Hawkins Lewis.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. This applies only to the multifamily building itself, over 5 units. It's not the parking lots. It's not the rec centers. And, you know, basically it's allowing local governments to choose. There is nothing about this that says that they have to do this.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've tried to kind of dissect this amendment into the bill itself. I guess I'm out of questions right now. I'll do
All
more
right,
studying.
then I think maybe we could move on? No. Senator Lundin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the offer to.
And the optimism?
Yeah, no, the offer to encourage me to move along.
There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Hubler, would you please read Amendment L31?
L31, amend Ray and Gross Bill, page 12, lines 13 and 14, strike 12, and is
Senator
not subject to.
Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L31
To the amendment.
House Bill 1175. So the amendment, and we're going to have some rationalization and reconciliation work to do to splice this into the bill. But the amendment's drafted to the re-engrossed. We've got a pre-amend the sponsors provided. Thank you very much for that. Makes it a little bit easier to try to understand what's going on. But the concept here, the requirement here is to, I'm essentially striking the remedies. That, and candidly, that just takes the enforcement actions away from the bill. It still leaves, quite frankly, the requirements in law, so it is understood that's what is expected, but it doesn't, it is not specific in its provision of remedies for noncompliance. So this particular amendment, you go to page 35 in the re-engrossed bill is what I'm working from. Can't really amend the pre-amend at this. Somebody's either having a really good time or is not wanting to do whatever mom wanted her to do, or him
Or
to do.
maybe they are listening to this debate.
Just could be. That's possible also. Or it's possible that they have just seen my amendment for the first time. I mean, that might be the reaction as well. So,
Please continue, Senator Lundin.
But what's going on outside is so much more exciting than what's going on inside, Madam Chair. We've got people taking pictures. I'm not quite sure what's going on, but the media will be giving us all sorts of reports later, I'm confident. We're on page 35 of House Bill Re-engrossed 1175. This particular amendment strikes lines 20 through 27, and then it rolls to the next page and strikes the entire page, no, that's not accurate, most of the entire page, lines 1 through 22, and then you, of course, renumber appropriately. Then on line 26, so we're leaving in place, I want to be really clear, we're leaving in place the termination of right of first offer. The right of first offer established in this Part 12 terminates on December 31st, 2029. I want to be clear that sunset remains, but then we pick back up on page 36, lines 26 and 27 come out, roll to 37 and strike the first several lines, so the powers and duties of the Attorney General. So the effect of the amendment is as follows. The remedies for noncompliance come out, specifically both remedies for actions brought, courts finding residential sellers in material violation, courts also awarding reasonable attorney's fees, and remedies that are the sole and exclusive pursuant to civil action. That all comes out. And those of you that have watched my policy development life for very long know that I am not big on civil actions, private rights of action. So that comes out of the bill. And then the next part is the Attorney General's ability, which exists largely in statute already. That comes out as well. So acknowledging that we're pulling out some enforcements that are already in statute with Amendment 31. Why, you say, why would you do that? The answer is, I don't think this is good policy. And so I candidly am taking the enforcement mechanism, the hammer above the anvil away. To say, you know, it's a very powerful legislative declaration that says, we're putting this in statute, this is what we expect. And quite frankly, a clever attorney, I'm sure, can find some other capacity action within the statute to enforce. But my intent with this amendment against a bill that I am not in favor of is to take the enforcement mechanisms away. And so in complete candor, that is the point. And I think, quite frankly, even though it's hostile to the bill, it's better policy. And I would urge your support of Amendment L31.
Senator Hawkes Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we actually worked to reduce the noncompliance penalties, and we believe that what we have in the current amendment and then the bill is much more reasonable. So we ask for a no vote on L031.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise in support of L031, especially around bullet number 5 on page 36. I realize the sponsors have modified that, but I agree with the minority leader that the civil action clear up, you know, to the dollar amount is pretty excessive. I don't think that needs to be a part of this, so I rise in full support of L031.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The remedies that are left in the bill, it is only AG enforced at a max of $100,000 if found in violation. We took out far, far higher financial penalties, and we also have no titling implications, one of the things that brought the title association to neutral. I encourage a no vote on this amendment.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise in support of L31. Again, I just feel like this bill is heavy-handed, and I still don't have an answer on who thought this was a good idea in the first place. So I support L31. We should take the enforcement action away. It's just not good policy.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion for the body is the adoption of Amendment L31. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I appreciate the recognition. And I have a further document that will advance the policy development conversation.
There is an amendment on the desk. Mr.
That's what they
Hubler,
call
would
it,
you please
amendments.
read Amendment L30?
L30, amendment in gross bill, page 19, line 19, strike 30 and substitute 7, page 19.
Senator
line-
Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I move Amendment 30 to House Bill 1175.
To the amendment.
Thank you. So if you scroll to page 19, and again, I make the same apologies that we may not be perfectly aligned, given the fact that we've had a substantial amendment or two, but to the re-engrossed bill, as this amendment was drafted, it gets to a core principal core issue, part of the reason that I have the challenges I have with 1175. 1175, begins by saying that we're going to give to government a right. Wow, that just is not the way it's supposed to work. People have rights, government doesn't need rights. So you start with that in the title of the bill, and then it just gets more challenging as you roll down through. Why, you ask, Lundeen, do you care so much about all of the processes? What we want to do is get to affordable housing for people in Colorado. I do too. And I'm convinced that this is not the way to do it. I think over time, this actually will have a detrimental effect on affordability of property. Why? Because it takes from the people who risk capital, develop properties, provide roofs over people's lives, takes from them rights, authorities, power, and gives it to government. Government doesn't need more power than it already has. It has enormous power. Anybody ever working a job and get a red tag? The regional building department, the local building department comes by your job site and hangs a red tag. Why'd you do that? And they may have a perfectly good reason, but there's no discussion. They're from the government. They just show up and shut you down. And then you go beg to get back into the process of moving forward. That's kind of a really good metaphor for how government works. It just stomps in, says, I'm large and in charge, and this is what you will do. Well, that's exactly what's happening in 1175. It says, I'm the government. I'm going to take a bunch of time to mess up the transaction you thought you were going to have because maybe I should have the first right to buy the property instead of someone else. Okay, this had we're on page 19 of the bill. The process that is mapped out in the bill is as follows. The process to exercise right of first refusal. A1, except as otherwise provided in subsection 6 of this section, the local government has 30 calendar days from providing notice pursuant to subsection 4A1, that's elsewhere in the bill, of this section, to make an offer to purchase the qualifying property. To make an offer to purchase the qualifying property, and shall agree to close on the qualifying property and execute the necessary agreements to finalize the sale of the qualifying property to the local government within 60 calendar days of the acceptance by a residential seller of the local government's offer. That's a month to decide and another month to close. Well, if you have experienced the relationship between time and money, you are living life because there is a definable time value of money. $1 in your hand a month from now is not worth what $1 in your hand today is worth. It's worth substantially less as a matter of mathematics and financial markets, and it's just a matter of practical reality. If you don't get the $1 for 30 days, you can't buy that soda pop you wanted to buy this afternoon. Well, okay, so you can't buy a soda pop for $1 anymore, but once upon a time, you could buy a soda pop for $1. The reality is, time is money. This amendment, Amendment 30, which has been moved, and I am now speaking to, makes the following changes. On the re-engrossed bill, it changes that first number, 30, to 7. The answer is, I'm the government, I'm large and in charge, and I am going to require you to do what I want you to do. But now we're writing a law that says, and I'm the government, and I'm going to be really prompt about that. I'm going to give you the honor that you deserve as a property owner. We're going to take that from 30 days, providing notice pursuant for the local government, having that length of time to make the notice, down to 7. And then when it comes to the close on the purchase, which is, the money shot, that's what it's all about, deal isn't done until the check clears the bank, it takes that 60 calendar days down to 30. So you've got a week to make your notice, you've got a month to make your close. The government is now a buyer that might be worth working with, instead of just a coercive 800-pound gorilla that marches in and says, hey, we're taking charge of this transaction. You now have someone, the government in this case, who is a little bit better of a partner in the use of the property, which at the end of the day gets us to where we're trying to go, more affordable housing. So I urge your support, colleagues, of Amendment L30.
Senator Hawkes-Liss.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So these timelines were actually incredibly negotiated because we're not talking just regular buyers like ourselves. We're talking about bankers, we're talking about folks that are used to certain timelines. So if we put in these very strict timelines, we would make this not be able to be implemented by local governments, because this is a significant change. Can you imagine if all of a sudden you had to make up your mind in 7 days if you were going to purchase something? So that would not work. And then we've already done a lot of really good stakeholding to eliminate the rolling events from the bill. But when you look at the 60-day to really accept, and if we reduce that to 30, that's just too tight of a timeline. So we're asking for a no vote on L30.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of Amendment L30. This is reality, particularly in this instance where you're trying to give the government some rights. They surely will have an inventory of what the potential assets might be available at any point in time if they're really interested in doing this. And it's you know, having the experience buying property, it's not uncommon at all that you got to make a decision, not within 7 days, a lot of times within 24 hours. If the real estate market is hot, you have to go in and be prepared to make an offer and stand up behind the offer. There's nothing unreasonable about shortening this time window and asking the government that we're assigning rights to act as nearly as responsible as a private party and the marketplace. I think the amendment is well crafted and is very applicable in these circumstances. I ask for support of Amendment 30.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I encourage a no vote on this. That's a very good example of why we need this policy, is because as a local government, you can save up money for affordable housing, but before you can make an offer, you have to have city council meetings and public hearings, and you can't be a hedge fund with cash that comes in 24 hours. And again, this is very narrowed. It is only to where the government has invested into affordable housing. And oftentimes, when these facilities are bought by the private market, they're turned into high-end condos. And that affordable housing we already have is ripped down. Folks are displaced, and we've talked a lot about affordable housing, but the cheapest way to support affordable housing is actually to maintain the housing we already have, and I encourage no vote.
Senator Lundeen.
Thank you very much. So a couple of thoughts. The amendment's intended to make government a better, more attractive partner, and therefore someone who's more likely to be able to make the purchases. As the senator from Alamosa said, and I've experienced, I bought and sold properties for the past 40 years of my life, and the reality is if you want to be a good partner, you are able to move fast, you're able to move with cash, have great banking partners, but my banking partners and I know where we're going, what we're going to do. It's not like we show up and say, oh, golly, we want to buy this. What are we going to do now? No, you have in place your lines of credit or whatever it is you need to do. And government, for heaven's sake, sits on massive piles of reserve cash constantly. They should be the best possible buyer, not the worst possible buyer. And so this is designed simply to make the government a better partner, a more likely, a welcome participant in achieving what the bill ostensibly wants to do. So let's make government a better partner, not a worse partner. So that's the first argument. The second argument is you've got to honor the rights of the people that are the folks who pay the taxes that stands government up, supports government anyway. The reality is, if we choose to say to those individuals, you know, you really don't have the freedom to own or retain or use for your purposes the property that you have, then that damages the value of the property, which damages the value of the tax base of the local government, damages the economy overall. So there's a potential, and I don't know how broadly this particular application would be used, how often this law would be used, but if it is used extensively and the time frames are extensive and it tends to make transactions harder to do, it's going to create a negative spiral, and you could call it a death spiral. I don't know if it would get that bad, but it's certainly not a virtuous cycle that makes the property more valuable and therefore more useful for the people and therefore better for the tax base. So time is of the essence. The time value of money is present. This is an amendment that is intended to make government a better participant in this question of rights. Government doesn't have rights. People have rights, and this would make government a better partner in that conversation. I urge your support of Amendment 30.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise in support of Amendment 30. Local government, being from local government, has some tools that they can be a little flexible around making decisions around something like this. And the good senator for Monument is right. If they're going to be out in the market, they need to be flexible and ready to move whenever something is there. So I like these timelines that are in this amendment, and I'd urge a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 30. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I am bound and determined to make government a better partner. Oops, giving the wrong pack. We'll give you the pack, and I'll keep the single.
We have an amendment on the desk. Mr. Hubler, would you please read Amendment L28?
Amendment L28, amendment reading gross bill.
Senator
page 30.
Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I move Amendment 28.
To the amendment.
All right. In this ongoing effort to make government a better partner, we're going to page 11 in the re-engrossed bill, lines 23 through 25. All right? Price and terms. Now, any of you that have worked in the actual free market, ever done any real estate transactions of any kind, know that it always boils down to two things: price and terms. Well, we were working on terms just a couple minutes ago. Quick buyer, cash buyer, good buyer in that sense. I wasn't monkeying with price, simply working on terms, trying to figure out how the government, which has the capacity and access to large pools of cash, could have moved swiftly and been a better partner in a purchase while they're using the coercive power of an 800-pound gorilla who can do what they darn well please. Well, since we were unable to get there that way, if we're going to take a longer period of time to get things done, I acknowledge that there were questions and concerns about public comment. I get it. There are very bureaucratic processes that we have placed upon government, and government, of course, reflects those processes onto people as well. If you can't deal with moving more swiftly, then that's an acknowledgement that we can't get there on terms. Well, then let's get there on price. What this amendment does is it requires the local government to purchase the qualifying properties at a price equal to or exceeding 150% of the fair market value of the qualifying property. So if you're no good on terms, which we've already established, we don't want to be good on terms, that's not our jam, let's get good on price then. Now we're going to be a good buyer. We're going to pay 150% of market to get the thing bought. And that honors the rights of the existing property holder in this coercive rights-stealing transaction. So I would urge a support of Amendment 28, which kind of ups the ante on the price side of the equation since we were unwilling to do anything on the terms side of the equation. Urge your support of Amendment L28.
Senator Hawkins Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wish I could negotiate when I sell my house that it would zoom up by 150%. No, we have heavily negotiated the definition of matched offer. So, and besides, this is taxpayer money, some of this. So why would we want to do that to the taxpayers by increasing it by such a large amount? Colleagues, we ask for a no vote on L28.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much. Why would we want to do that? Let's call this the rights theft premium. Now, they'll be writing about that in economic texts at some point. We've discovered that when government stomps in and through the coercive power of its nature takes away rights from people, there is a rights price premium, and that's what this amendment's about. That's why we would need to do it, because there is a rights theft premium that needs to be paid. 50% in this case would be the measure of that premium that is being charged for stealing somebody's rights to their own property.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion for the body is the adoption of Amendment L28. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I found the question I was going to ask earlier. Now, as soon as this bill is passed, which I'm sure it will, out of seconds, this will be part of the bill. So on page 3 of that amendment, it talked about from lines 21 through 28. Never mind, I answered it. But to the bill, you know, some of these amendments that the minority leader was running, you know, local governments have some flexibility. They can be very nimble whenever it comes time. If there's a purchase needs made immediately, they can spend that money. Then they come back and go through an appropriations process towards the end of their budget to make their budget whole, because they carry reserves and stuff that could be used for this purpose. I think those amendments should have been adopted, but where they weren't adopted, I'm going to have to be a no vote on this bill.
Seeing no further discussion, Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. To the bill.
That's
This
my
is one
line.
of- Pardon me?
That's my line.
Fair enough. Madam Chair, to the bill. This is one of those bills that starts out, you know, all rainbows and unicorns, and we're gonna, I guess, puppy dogs and what is it, snips and snails. I forget the nursery rhymes. It starts out with all sorts of great intentions. We really want to make sure that we have more affordable housing. I think the best way to get more affordable housing is, quite frankly, to make it easier and less expensive to build housing. That's how you get more affordable housing. Other people think that government's the only purveyor of affordable housing, and as we've already discovered, I mean, we had a bill here earlier today where the administration of a project was going to get 20%. I'm telling you right now, there's no builder in America that is making 20% on their administration. You know, they may have margins, gross margins that meet or exceed that, but not on administration. Anyway, when government shows up, it rarely does anything efficiently or effectively or in a price-efficient way. So that's a concern. My concern is you want affordable housing. The best way to get to your affordable housing is make it easier for builders to build instead of harder. This makes it harder in meaningful ways because it intrudes into the free market where property is bought and sold by a willing buyer and a willing seller, and clears the market in a way that ultimately leads to more efficiencies in the marketplace and therefore less expensive housing. The real challenge as you take rights away from people, which this bill does, this bill takes lots of rights away from individuals. You know, you read the title of the bill concerning a local government right of first refusal. Well, where does that right come from? Well, it's taken away from a human being or a corporation, which we consider to be a being or an entity. a person under the law in Colorado. You take it away from that person to give it to government. That is not beneficial. So it disrupts the marketplace. I think there's an economic set of arguments to be made, as I have stated, but there's also just a basic principles and rights argument to be made as well. It is not appropriate to coercively enforce the extraction of property from individuals, which this would do. I appreciate the fact that there's an attempt to get a right of first refusal, a right of first offer. The sponsors have been trying to figure a better pathway forward. They've acknowledged and accepted a number of amendments. Alas, at the end of the day, although many are more comfortable with this particular policy, I find it offensive in the clinical sense, in the academic sense, not in a human relational sense, offensive as a matter of policy and probably non-beneficial as a matter of economics. And therefore, I find myself still a resolute no vote on 1175 as amended. Respect the sponsors. I'm grateful for the work you've done, especially the pre-amend an hour and a half ago, whenever we got it an hour ago. That was helpful to the individuals who were trying to power through this. So really appreciate your effort to honor the process. Can't get there on policy. Madam Chair, thank you so much. And that was to the bill.
It was. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, you know, listening to the minority leader speaking, is this local dollars, county dollars, state dollars, or federal dollars that have been granted or loaned to this building that they're going to be able to call that in? At any point, that's still taxpayer dollars. Those taxpayers don't get a say in how that money gets spent. So with that in mind, I will still urge a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion for the body is the adoption of House Bill 1175. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move for a senatorial 5.
We will take a senatorial 5. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1173.
The motion is to proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1173. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The aye has it, and we will proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1173. Mr. Hubler, would you please read the title to House Bill 1173?
House Bill 1173 by Representative Valdez and Senator Priola concerning streamlining the process for permitting electric motor vehicle charging stations.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I move House Bill 1173
And
the Transportation and Energy Committee report.
To the report.
Members, in Transportation and Energy, we stripped off the timelines portion of the bill. I believe it was Section 6. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion on the Transportation and Energy report? Seeing none, the motion before the body is to adopt the Transportation and Energy report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. The aye has it, and we will adopt the report. There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Hubler, would you please read Amendment 71?
L71, amend the Transportation and Energy Committee report dated April 29, 2024, page 1, line 4, strike January 31, 2026, and substitute March 1, 2026.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I move L071 to House Bill 1173.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this portion of the bill, or this amendment, adjusts some of the reporting requirements in the bill. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 71. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Hubler, would you please read Amendment 72?
L72, amend Reed and Gross Bill,
Senator
page
Winter.
5.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment 72.
To the amendment.
Thank you. This is both for municipalities and counties. Originally, the local governments had asked that this be a completely voluntary program, which I thought was too open, but I do want to add some flexibility, and so this is allowing local governments to opt out through ordinance, and I also want to thank the good senator from Pelotonia for working with me on this amendment.
Is there any discussion? Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, after much deliberation and debate offline, I will accept Amendment L072 to House Bill 1173 and ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L72. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Senator Pelton.
Thank you. And I would like to thank the sponsors for accepting that last amendment, because I had 30-some amendments I was going to run, and now that we got that great amendment, I'm not going to run it anymore. So, but I still want to talk about the bill, because I'm always intrigued about these wonderful electric motor vehicle charging systems. Because I go through the bill and I see several different sections of the bill. When we get to on page 3 where it says electric motor vehicle charging systems, county permitting processes, and we go through like, let's say the administrative review process means, and then in which EV chargers permit is approved with conditions. And then we go through on page 4, talking about county permitting agencies, county building department agencies. Then we go to the next page, page 5. There was an amendment approved on this one where we were talking about does not require permitting staff and agencies. And page 6, when we go through and we're talking about several of the EV charging permit applications. And then at the top of page 7, and we're going through on the top of page 7, line 4, EV charger permitting model code developed by the Colorado Energy Office in accordance with this subsection. 3 shall only apply to the county's land use and zoning permitting process and shall not contravene the state electrical permitting procedures, county electrical permitting requirements, state electrical inspections, electrical inspection requirements, or my favorite piece of it, the National Electric Code requirements or regulations related to electric motor vehicle charging systems. So what does that mean? Well, it just so happens that I have right here the National Electric Code requirements or regulations, and on page or section 625, I think it's Article 625, we open it up and it actually talks about how we wire these chargers and how you have to wire these chargers to the actual specifications in the bill. And I really do appreciate it when the National Electric Code's put in the bill, because then I can come up and actually, talk about stuff that I'm used to in the National Electric Code when we go to wiring things. Like the electric vehicle power transfer system is the first one that comes up here, Article 625. This article covers the electrical conductors and equipment connected to an electric motor vehicle charging system with wiring for the purpose of charging, power export, or bidirectional current flow. So we're talking about ACs or DC chargers. So mostly with AC chargers, that's bidirectional. So it goes from positive to negative or negative to positive, whichever way it goes. So, you know, DC only goes one way. And when we're going through here and we're talking about voltages, which is 625.4, unless other voltages are specific, then nominal AC system voltages of 120, 120/24 or 240, 208Y power systems, 240 to 480 volt Y, 277, 480 volt, 600 Y, 347, 600 or 1,000 volts. DC system input voltages of up to 1,000 volts shall be used to supply equipment covered in this article. And now when we're talking about that way that's talking about the main power that comes into these electric vehicle chargers. So a Y system comes in, and you either have to have, sometimes it's a hot neutral, sometimes it's a grounded neutral. It just depends on how you set it up. So when we go through and we're talking about equipment constructions of these electric motor chargers, these power stations, you got power supply cords, and there's a lot of them. I mean, the cable for cord connection electric vehicle supply equipment shall comply with the following. Any type specific in 625.17B1, which is in the code book. Well, I'm not going to go back to that one. Or hard ice cord, junior hard service cord, or portable power cables in accordance with table 400.4. And that table is a pretty large table to go through every single one of the cords that we have here. And we all have an overall length specified in this thing, where and it actually talks about in table 400.5A, there's a table that talks about how long the cords have to be. When the interrupting device of a personal protection system specified in this section is located within an enclosure of the supply equipment or charging system, the power supply cord shall not be more than length and indicated in these two little informational notes on this section. For portable equipment in accordance with 625.44A, the power supply cord shall not be more than 300 millimeters, 12 inches in length. And we went into millimeters instead of feet a long time ago. For fastening in place equipment in accordance with 625.44B, the power supply cord shall be not more than 1.8 millimeters or 6 feet long. So it tells you how long the cords have to be from the actual equipment. The output cable or for the electric vehicles, the output cable to the electric vehicles shall be one of the following. And then these are the types of cables that you can actually use for the output side of the electric vehicle charging system. It's number one is listed EV, EVJ, EVE, EVJE, EVT, or EVJT. Flexible cable as specified in table 400.4. That was the table that I talked about. That was the big table that goes through all the cords. The overall cord and cable length that is used shall not exceed 25 feet long or 7.5 millimeters. Or I'm sorry, 7.5 meters. Unless equipped with a cable management system that is part of the listed electrical vehicle supply equipment. Now we're going to start getting into portable equipment when we're talking about these electric motor vehicle chargers that are found all throughout the United States. So portable equipment for portable EVSE, the cord exposed usable length shall be measured from the face of the attachment plug to the face of the electric connector. And then in the fastened in place ones, not the portable ones, but the ones that are actually built into the ground, Where the EVSE is fastened in place, the usable length of the output cable to the electric vehicle shall be measured from the cable exit of the electric vehicle supply equipment to the face of the electric connector. So that is a very important aspect of this. So when you plug it in, it must seat in there very well, or else you're not going to have a good connection. Where the wireless power transfer equipment, or WPTE, is fastened in place, the output cable for the primary pad shall be measured from the output exit of the control box to the cable inlet at the primary pad. So there's two pads that are located, there's one pad located, and it's just a big pad that electric vehicle charger sits on. So in section D here, it's the interconnecting cabling system. Other cabling systems that are an integral part of the listed EVSE and are intended to interconnect pieces of equipment within the EVSE system using approved installation methods shall be permitted. So, I mean, it's just like when we read bills, it's shall and may, so you have to do this aspect of this part when you're wiring in these electric motor vehicle chargers. So we're in 625.22. Personal protection system, which is within the EVSE, shall have a listed system of protection against the electric shock of personnel. Where the cord-plugged connected equipment is used, the interrupting device of a listed personnel protection system shall be provided in accordance to 625.17A. A personal protection system shall not be required for EVSE that supplies less than 60 volts DC. So now we're talking about how many volts it has to be there at the actual personal protection system. So when now we're into part 3. So that was part 2. We went through part 1 was the general, part 2 was the actual equipment construction. Now we're in part 3 where we're talking about installation. So one of them, when we're talking about installation, we're talking about branch circuits. So the branch circuits that are part of these electric vehicle branch circuits, each outlet installed for the purpose of the supplying the EVSE greater than 16 amps of 120 volts shall be supplied by an individual branch circuit. So when we're talking about individual branch circuits, we're talking about it has to be a home run directly to your panel or directly to your power source. So that means it has to be a dedicated circuit. The overcurrent protection is for feeders and branch circuits supplying the EVSE and the WPTE, including bidirectional EVSE and WPT shall be sized for the continuous duty and shall have a current rating of not less than 125% of the maximum load of the equipment where non-continuous loads are supplied from the same feeder.
Senator Pelton, can you point
Yes.
to the bill where this applies?
What's that?
Can you point to the bill where this applies?
Yes, right here on page 7, line 15, when we're talking about how the EV chargers are permitted and are supposed to not interfere with what I'm talking about right now.
And that's in the amended version?
That is correct.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, okay, now let's go back to overcurrent protection. When we're talking about 125%, we want to make sure that when you're charging a continuous duty load, you are charging at 125% and you size that wire to be over that 125%. So continuous loads are always sized that way in this code book because you don't want to burn up the copper wire in that aspect. So the rating is 625.42. So now we're going into the rating. We were just into overcurrent protection. Now we're in the rating. So the EVSE shall have sufficient rating to supply the load served. Electric vehicle charging loads shall be considered to be continuous loads for the purpose of this article. Service and feeder shall be sized in accordance with the production, with the product ratings unless the overall ratings of the installation can be limited through controls as permitted in a different section of the book. So one of the things that we're doing is that we're just making sure that with the ratings are going to be consistent with the car, or with the chargers on what you're trying to achieve here. Energy management system, where the EMS in accordance with 750-30 provides the load management of the EVSE. The maximum equipment load on the service and feeders shall be the maximum load permitted by the EMS. The EMS shall be permitted to be integral in one piece of equipment or integral to the listed system consisting of more than one piece of equipment when the more than one piece of equipment provided with the integral load management control. So what we're talking about there is with the EMS, which is the energy management system. That's the part that protects the inside of the electric car charger. So we're going to skip over to the fasten in place equipment, because usually when we're talking about EV car chargers, we're going to talk about what the equipment and the fasten in place equipment is going to be. So the fasten in place equipment is equipment that is fastened in place and shall be connected to the premises wiring system by one of the following methods. Number one is a non-locking 2-pole, 2-wire grounding type receptacle outlet rated at 125 volts or 250 volts, single phase or up to 50 amps. A non-locking, number two is a non-locking 3-pole, 4-wire grounding type receptacle outlet rated 250 volts, 3-phase or up to 50 amps. And then number three is a non-locking 3-pole, 4-wire grounding type receptacle. And so that is the in-place stuff that's fastened in place. So we're talking about other places that are the loss of primary sources. We're also talking about multiple feeder and branch circuits. And then we're talking about interactive equipment. There's a lot of the equipment that has touch screens and that sort of thing, so you have to protect them with a different aspect when it comes to wiring. You have to make sure that they're on a GFCI and protect them that way. The other thing is on this is that you got island mode, where they're located on an island out in the middle of a parking lot. I like that, how that said that as an island mode out in the middle of a parking lot. And then you have to have ventilation requirements. The ventilation requirements for charging electric vehicle is an indoor enclosed space shall be determined by a different section of the code book. And that the ventilation outside is not required, but inside it is required. And then you have receptacle enclosures. All the receptacle enclosures in this space that are installed in a wet location for electric vehicle charging shall have an enclosure that is weatherproof. And with the attachment plug inserted or removed, the outlet box hood installed for the purpose shall be listed and shall be identified as extra duty. Other listed products enclosures are assemblies providing weatherproof protection that do not utilize an outlet box hood shall be required to be marked with extra duty. So an AC receptacle outlet used for the EV, PE, and the other aspects of this article. Okay. AC receptacle outlets used for the EV, PE, AC receptacle installed in electric vehicles and intended to allow for connections of off-board utilization equipment shall be complied with in another section, 62.60A through D. The rating is the receptacle outlet box shall be rated 250 volts maximum and single phase 50 amps maximum. Overcurrent protection in electric vehicles, thank you.
Seeing no further discussion.
Thank you. So now we're going to be in the GFCI. What GFCI is the ground fault circuit interrupter. It's protection for personnel. And then, so it's a ground fault circuit interrupter protection for personnel shall be provided for all receptacles. The ground fault circuit interrupter indication and reset shall be installed in a readily accessible location. You're going to see that a lot when we're talking about these chargers. They have to be readily accessible, especially on the sides. You can't just put them up against the wall or anything like that. You have to be able to get to them. Grounding, so now we're going to do the grounding part, because you want to make sure that all your power is getting to where it needs to get to, and you don't become the grounding, because when you become the grounding, the electricity will flow through you. So the grounding part is the primary pad base plate shall be a non-ferrous metal and shall be connected to the circuit equipment grounding conductor unless the listed WPTE employs a double insulation system. The base plate shall be sized to match the size of the primary pad enclosure. So now we're on the next page. The next page is a installation, and it's a general installation. The general installation is the control pad, if included in the WPTE configuration, shall comply with 625.102B. The primary pad shall comply with 625.102C. The control box in this installation shall be suitable for the environment and shall be mounted at a height not less than 18 inches above the floor level and indoor locations at 24 inches above grade. The outdoor location in the control box shall be mounted in one of the following forms. So you have a pedestal, a wall or a pole, building or structure, or raised concrete pad. So when you're installing these things, you're going to either install them on a wall in a parking lot, but you have to make sure it's accessible, or you can they can be out by itself. That's what a pedestal is. And then a raised concrete pad, you're doing that raised concrete pad so your car doesn't hit them. The primary pad shall be installed and secured to the surface or embedded into the surface of the floor with its top flush and surface to be below the surface, all per manufacturer's instructions and the following. Number one, if the primary pad is located in an area requiring snow removal, it shall not be located in an above surface part. And the primary pad enclosure shall be suitable for the environment if the primary pad is located in an area subject to the severe climate conditions, and the enclosure shall be suitable for the conditions. Yes, yes, I can. All right. Senatorial 5? No, okay.
That was very enlightening. Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I did hear this bill in Transportation and Energy Committee. I was just thinking about the necessity for the bill. And look, I live in Alamosa, so there aren't an abundance of electrical vehicles, but there are a handful of charging stations that I'm trying to think about what the utilization is and how underutilized they seem to me. And I know in the greenhouse gas reduction roadmap, there's got to be substantial growth in electric vehicles. And I think I'm done, Madam Chair.
Those remarks were electrifying. Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'd like to charge the conversation up a little bit. It doesn't get any better. I'm just warning you. Madam Chair, I rise in opposition to 1173. This is another of those policies that is well-intentioned and ill-conceived. I'm concerned, and I'm absolutely going to stay away from the puns. I'm just going to concerned it's not a policy that's going to get us there. Urge your no vote on 1173.
The motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1173. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senatorial 5, while I get two sponsors.
We shall take a Senatorial 5.
Hanson's not here. Where's Buckner?
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar to later in the day.
The motion is to lay over the balance of the calendar until later in the day. All those in favor say aye.
No problem.
Those opposed, no. The aye has it, and we will now lay over the balance of the calendar until later in the day. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion is to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. All of those opposed, no. The aye has it. We will rise and report.
to go down there. Out of here. The Senate will come to order. Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your committee has had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
May 7, 2024, Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1223, House Bill 1175 is amended, House Bill 1470, House Bill 1340 is amended, House Bill 1173 is amended, House Bill 1249, House Bill 1325, House Bill 1358 passed on second reading in order to revise and place on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1468, Senate Bill 130, House Bill 1006, House Bill 1230, House Bill 1270, Senate Bill 107, House Bill 1075, House Bill 1338, House Bill 1349, House Bill 1280, laid over until May 7, 2024, and retaining their place on the calendar.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of the report.
The motion is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, the Committee of the Whole report is adopted. House Bills 1223, 1175 is amended, 1470, 1340 is amended, 1173 is amended, 1249, 1325, 1358 passed in second reading in order revised. And placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bills 1468, Senate Bill 130, House Bills 1006, 1230, 1270, Senate Bill 107, House Bill 1075, House Bill 1338, House Bill 1349, House Bill 1280 laid over until May 7th and retaining their place on the calendar. Message from the House.
May 7, 2024, the House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the revisor of statutes. House Bill 1247, amended as printed in House Journal, May 6, 2024. The House has passed on third reading and returns here with Senate Bill 168, Senate Bill 80, and Senate Bill 185. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the revisor of statutes. Senate Bill 170 and Senate Bill 182, amended as printed in House Journal, May 6, 2024. The House has passed on third reading and returns here with Senate Bills 227, 226, and 78. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the revisor of statutes. Senate Bill 16 and 126, amended as printed in House Journal, May 6, 2024. The House has passed on third reading and returns here with Senate Bills 167 and 141. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the revisor of statutes. Senate Bill 216, amended as printed in House Journal, May 6, 2024. The House has passed on third reading and returns here with Senate Bill 192 and Senate Bill 207. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the revisor of statutes. Senate Bill 199, amended on third reading as printed in House Journal, May 7, 2024. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the revisor of statutes. Senate Bill 32 is amended as printed in House Journal, May 6, 2024. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the revisor of statutes. Senate Bill 76, amended as printed in House Journal, May 6, 2024, page 2015, and amended on third reading as printed in House Journal, May 7, 2024.
Message from the revisor.
May 7, 2024, we herewith transmit without comment as amended House Bill 1247. We herewith transmit without comment as amended Senate Bill 16, 126, 170, and 182. We herewith transmit without comment as amended Senate Bills 32, 76, 199, and 216.
Delivery to the Governor.
May 7, 2024, to the Governor for signature on Tuesday, May 7, 2024 at 2:15 p.m. Senate Bills 3, 10, 18, 20, 86, 121, 131, and 164.
Conference committees to report.
First report of Second Conference Committee on House Bill 1348. Your Second Conference Committee appointed on House Bill 1348 concerning a requirement to securely store a firearm in a vehicle. This matter reports that as agreed upon the following. Respectfully submitted, House Committee, Elizabeth Velasco, Lorena Garcia, Senate Committee, Sonia Jaquez Lewis, Rhonda Fields. One more. House, yeah, I can just keep going. First report of First Conference Committee on House Bill 1273. Your First Conference Committee appointed on House Bill 1273 concerning the continuation of the Veterans Assistance Grant Program and in connection therewith implementing the recommendation in the 2023 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies. Has matter reports as agreed upon the following. Respectfully submitted, House Committee, Jennifer Parenti, Chair, David Ortiz, Ryan Armagost, Senate Committee, Nick Henriksen, Chair, Jenna Buckner, Byron Pelton.
Will the clerk please add Senator Gardner to the roll? Announcements. Senator Coleman.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. State and Military Affairs Committee will be meeting at 350 to hear House Bill 1292 for action only in those Supreme Court chambers.
Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Senate Finance Committee will be meeting 15 minutes upon adjournment to hear House Bill 1373 for action only.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Appropriations will be meeting, I believe, this time for the last time, to hear House Bill 1219 and other bills as assigned, which really the only bill that would be assigned at this point would be 1373 from Finance, if that makes it. So we will see you upon the adjournment of the other committees upstairs in 357, I believe, one of those committee rooms. I'm sure you'll figure it out. Senator Liston. Yes, the appropriations will meet upon the adjournment of the other committees. Senate Appropriations will meet upon the adjournment of the other committees. We have members on those committees. We will not be meeting concurrently. We will be meeting subsequent to those committees. Everyone clear? Thank you so much, everyone.
Mr.
And
Majority
goodbye.
Leader.
Colleagues, we will be breaking for committees and then returning to the floor. We'll be figuring out if we'll be doing a couple bills before or not. Otherwise, we'll be returning after 15 minutes upon adjournment of committees. Mr. President, I move that the Senate recess until 4 p.m.
The motion is for the Senate to recess until 4 p.m. today. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? The ayes have it, and the Senate will stand in recess until 4 p.m.